Looking back now, I can see all the little threads that led us there, all the seemingly innocent decisions that wove together into something truly messed up. It's easy to judge myself, to pick apart every choice, but at the time, we were just two guys, maybe a little overconfident, looking for an escape. My name's Alex, and at 26, I thought I had a pretty good handle on things. I'd been hiking the Pacific Northwest Trail since I was a kid, starting with my dad. My buddy Mark was the same age, maybe even more outdoorsy than me if that's possible. We both lived in Olympia, Washington, surrounded by some of the most stunning, yet equally unforgiving, wilderness in the country. It was the summer after we'd both wrapped up some intense work projects, and we needed a serious break. Not a resort, not a city trip, but a real deep dive into nature. That's how we ended up planning a multi-day trek into the Olympic National Forest. We weren't beginners, not by a long shot. We knew our gear, we knew our maps, and we knew the risks, or so we thought. Our plan was ambitious: tackle a less traveled route, one that promised true solitude and some seriously untouched old-growth forest. The kind of place where the silence is so profound it almost hums. We'd heard whispers of an old, rarely used trail shelter tucked away somewhere near the Hoh River, a perfect spot to break up the journey. Finding it would be a challenge, a little adventure in itself. Our first mistake in hindsight was choosing early October. We figured we'd beat the worst of the autumn rains, maybe catch some last glimpses of sunshine before winter truly set in. But the Olympics are a different beast. Even on a clear day, the air carries a damp, ancient chill, and the weather can turn on a dime. We packed extra layers, waterproof everything, and enough food for an extra day, just in case. We felt prepared. We always felt prepared. We parked my beat-up Subaru Outback at the trailhead, miles past the last sign of civilization. The gravel road had narrowed to a single track, then finally petered out into nothing but moss-covered earth and tangled roots. The air was crisp, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. Towering firs and cedars, draped in emerald moss, formed a cathedral ceiling overhead, filtering the sunlight into shifting, ethereal beams. It was beautiful, truly breathtaking, the kind of wildness that makes you feel small and insignificant in a good way. The first day was tough but exhilarating. We covered about 10 miles, navigating by map and compass, relying on the faint traces of what was once a path. The silence grew with every mile, the sounds of the distant highway long gone, replaced only by the rustling of leaves, the call of an unseen bird, and our own rhythmic footsteps. We talked little, mostly communicating with gestures or hushed comments, as if not to disturb the profound quiet. By late afternoon of the second day, we were tired. We'd been pushing hard, trying to reach that rumored shelter before nightfall. The forest around us felt denser, the light dimmer, even though it was only around 4 p.m. We knew we were close to where the shelter should be, according to our topo map and a few old forum posts Mark had found online. The path was barely discernible now, more of an idea than an actual trail. We were bushwhacking more than hiking. "You sure this is it, man?" Mark asked, wiping sweat from his brow despite the chill. "Feels like we're just wandering." "It's gotta be," I replied, consulting the map again, tracing the contours with a dirt-smudged finger. "See this bend in the river, and this ridge. Shelter should be right around here, tucked away." Just as I said it, through a tangle of ferns and fallen logs, we saw it. A dark, squat shape, almost swallowed by the encroaching forest. It was an old, dilapidated lean-to, a three-sided structure built from rough-hewn logs, barely visible beneath a thick blanket of moss and lichen. It looked like it hadn't seen a human in years. A wave of relief washed over me. We'd found it. A roof over our heads, even a crude one, was better than pitching the tent in the deepening gloom. We dropped our heavy packs with a thud, the sound echoing unnaturally in the sudden stillness. The air around the shelter felt colder, stiller than the rest of the forest. The light, already fading, seemed to dim even further, as if the very presence of the structure sucked the life out of the atmosphere. Mark and I exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of the unusual quiet. It wasn't just the normal forest hush anymore. It was an absence of sound, a suffocating silence that pressed in on us, making the hairs on my arms prickle. It was then, as we stood there, taking in the forgotten shelter, that I felt the first undeniable shiver of something being not quite right. A minor anomaly, perhaps, but enough to plant a tiny, cold seed of dread right in the pit of my stomach. The air inside the linta was heavy, stagnant, smelling of damp earth, decaying wood and something else, something faintly metallic and strangely acrid, like old blood mixed with rust. It clung to the back of my throat, making me cough. The structure was even more rudimentary up close. The three walls were made of unpeeled logs, chinked haphazardly with mud and moss that had long since dried and cracked, leaving gaping holes. The roof, a simple linta design, was cobbled together from rough-cut planks and covered with layers of moss and pine needles, doing little to keep out the elements, judging by the dark, water-stained patches on the dirt floor. "Well, it's rustic," Mark said, his voice a little too loud in the oppressive quiet, then immediately lowering it. He kicked at a loose stone near the entrance. "Definitely seen better days. Probably hasn't been used since before we were born." I nodded, my eyes scanning the interior. It was barely large enough for two people to lie down comfortably, maybe three if they really crammed in. In the center, a crude stone fire pit was piled with blackened ash and a few charred sticks, remnants of a fire long extinguished. There was no door, just an open front facing out into the encroaching forest. The light was fading fast, painting the scene in shades of bruised purple and deep green. Still better than setting up the tent in the dark, I reasoned, trying to push away the persistent unease. It was just an old, forgotten shelter, nothing more. My mind was probably playing tricks on me because of the long hike and the isolated location. We unshouldered our packs, the heavy thud again sounding shockingly loud. I pulled out my headlamp, clicking it on. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a wall more clearly. That's when I saw them. Faint, almost swallowed by the moss and grime, but undeniably there. Scratches, not just random gouges, but patterns. Straight lines, some intersecting, some forming crude, angular shapes that didn't immediately make sense. They were low to the ground, as if someone had etched them while sitting. "Hey, check this out," I murmured, my voice losing its attempt at nonchalance. Mark knelt beside me, his own headlamp beam joining mine. "What is that?" he asked, his brow furrowing. "Some kind of kids' doodles, or just natural wear?" "Doesn't look natural," I said, tracing a finger over a particularly deep cut. It felt deliberate. One series of scratches looked like an imperfect circle with a line drawn through it, almost like an eye or a symbol. There were a few of these, scattered among other more abstract lines. It wasn't writing, not any language I knew, but it wasn't random either. It felt like a message or a warning. A sudden gust of wind snaked through the open front of the shelter, rattling the loose planks in the roof. The temperature seemed to drop instantly. I shivered, but it wasn't just from the cold. The symbols on the wall seemed to deepen, to gain definition in the flickering light of our headlamps, as if they were absorbing the fading light of the day. "Let's get a fire going," Mark said, pushing himself up. "It'll be dark any minute, and it's freezing in here." We worked efficiently, our usual campsite routine a comfort in the deepening gloom. We gathered fallen branches and dry kindling from the immediate vicinity, grateful for the relative dryness of the shelter's interior. As Mark coaxed a flame to life in the old fire pit, I unpacked our sleeping bags and pads, laying them out side by side. The small fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls, making the strange symbols seem to writhe. The smoke, instead of rising directly, seemed to hesitate, swirling for a moment before reluctantly finding its way out through the gaps in the roof. The warmth of the fire was a welcome relief, chasing away some of the chill, but it did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. If anything, the flickering light seemed to intensify the feeling of being watched. Every snap of a twig outside, every rustle of leaves, sounded magnified like footsteps approaching. "Man, this place gives me the creeps," Mark admitted, huddled close to the fire, stirring our dehydrated meals. "Seriously, I've camped in some remote spots, but this feels different." "It's just old and isolated," I replied, trying to convince myself as much as him. "Probably just some trapper's old linta from decades ago. These scratches could be anything. Boredom, counting days, who knows?" "Yeah, maybe," he said, but his eyes kept darting to the shadowy corners of the shelter, then to the dense wall of trees beyond the entrance. "Still, I wish we'd just pitched the tent. At least then we'd have a zipper between us and whatever's out there." I knew what he meant. The open front of the linta felt less like a window to nature and more like an open maw, inviting something in. We ate in relative silence, the only sounds the crackling fire and the occasional hoot of an owl, which somehow sounded more mournful and predatory than usual. Each time the owl called, I felt a prickle of unease, as if it wasn't just an animal, but a signal. After dinner, we tried to relax, sharing stories from past hikes, but our voices remained hushed, the jokes felt forced. We kept our headlamps on, low beams illuminating our faces, while the fire provided the main light source. The silence beyond the shelter felt less like natural quiet and more like a deliberate absence, a held breath. Around 9 p.m., we decided to call it a night. We doused the fire carefully, ensuring every ember was out, plunging the shelter into near-total darkness. The moon, if it was even out, was completely obscured by the thick canopy overhead. The only light came from the faint glow of our headlamps, which we kept on our persons ready. "Good night, man," Mark whispered, already burrowed deep in his sleeping bag. "Night," I replied, pulling my own sleeping bag up to my chin. The cold immediately seeped in, even with all my layers. My ears strained, trying to pick up any sound that wasn't my own breathing or the frantic pounding of my heart. The metallic, acrid smell seemed stronger now that the fire was out, mingled with a damp, earthy odor. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, I was wide awake, heart hammering. I didn't know what had woken me. There was no sudden noise, no jarring movement, just a profound, absolute stillness that felt wrong. The air was colder, too much colder than it had been when we went to sleep. I fumbled for my headlamp, flicking it on. The beam cut through the black, illuminating the interior of the shelter. Mark was still asleep, a dark mound in his sleeping bag, breathing deeply. Everything appeared normal, but it didn't feel normal. The metallic scent was overpowering now, making my stomach clench. And there was something else, something I hadn't noticed before or had been too tired to process. A sound, a low, rhythmic thump-thump-thump. It was faint, almost imperceptible, coming from deep within the forest, beyond the open front of the shelter. It wasn't the natural rhythm of an animal. It was too regular, too heavy, like something large but clumsy, dragging itself over the uneven ground, or perhaps hitting something solid. I held my breath, listening, trying to pinpoint the source. The thumping continued, steady and slow, approaching. My muscles tensed, every nerve ending screaming a silent warning. I wanted to wake Mark, but a strange paralysis held me. What if it was just an animal? What if I looked foolish? The thumping grew louder, closer. Now I could hear other faint sounds accompanying it, a soft rustling, a subtle scraping, as if whatever was making the noise was pushing through undergrowth, breaking small branches. It was moving slowly, deliberately, towards the shelter. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unsettling rhythm of the thumping outside. My palms were sweating, my mouth dry. This wasn't a bear, not a deer. There was something unnatural about the sound, something heavy and uneven, as if it was moving on less than four limbs or struggling with an injury. It stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, more terrifying than the thumping. It felt like whatever was out there was now directly in front of the shelter, just beyond the range of my headlamp, observing us. I held my breath, trying to slow my frantic pulse. The metallic smell was so strong now, I could almost taste it, acrid and bitter on my tongue. A small twig snapped directly outside the opening of the lean-to. It was close, too close. I squeezed my eyes shut, then forced them open. My headlamp beam, shaky in my trembling hand, swept across the opening. Nothing, just the impenetrable wall of trees, darker than night itself. "Mark," I whispered, my voice a dry croak. "Mark, wake up." He stirred, grunting softly. What is it?" "Listen," I breathed, my eyes fixed on the darkness. He slowly became aware, his body tensing as he processed my urgency. He reached for his own headlamp, clicking it on. Two beams now cut through the black, piercing the gloom. "What is it, Alex?" he whispered, his voice laced with confusion and alarm. "I heard something," I said, my voice barely audible, thumping right outside. We lay there, frozen, listening. The forest was utterly silent again, a silence that felt heavy and expectant. But then it came, a sound that made my blood run cold, a sound that no animal I'd ever heard could make. A low, guttural growl. It wasn't the deep rumble of a bear, nor the snarl of a wolf. It was something deeper, older, and laced with an unnerving, almost intelligent malice. It vibrated through the very ground beneath us, shaking the thin walls of the shelter. It was close, and it was definitely coming from just outside our open front. Mark let out a strangled gasp. What in God's name? The growl intensified, a low, throaty rumble that seemed to emanate from the very air around us. Then, a scraping sound, a heavy scraping, like something impossibly large dragging against the rough logs of the shelter's exterior wall, right beside the entrance. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A large cougar, a very, very angry bear. But the sounds felt wrong, too deliberate, too malevolent. Then through one of the larger cracks in the log wall near the ground, I saw it. A glint, a brief, unsettling flash of something pale and bony in the utter blackness beyond. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, but it was enough. Enough to confirm that something was there and it was not normal. "We need to get out of here," Mark hissed, scrambling to sit up, fumbling for his boots. "Where would we go?" I whispered, my own mind still grappling with the sheer impossibility of what we were experiencing. "It's pitch black. We don't know what's out there." The growling stopped, replaced by an unnerving silence. We sat there, two terrified men in a crude shelter, our headlamps piercing the gloom, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, the crude symbols on the wall. The metallic, acrid smell was now overwhelming, burning my nostrils. It felt like whatever was out there had pressed itself against the very logs of the shelter, its presence a suffocating weight. Then a new sound, a slow, deliberate tap, 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 against the logs directly above our heads on the roof. It was too light to be an animal, too rhythmic to be a falling branch. It sounded like a bony finger or a claw, gently testing the integrity of the shelter. My breath hitched. Mark let out a whimper, clutching his knees to his chest. His eyes, wide with terror, were fixed on the roof. The tapping continued, moving slowly from one end of the roof to the other, as if whatever was up there was pacing, inspecting our flimsy cover. It felt less like an attack and more like observation, a probing. Then a sudden, sharp crack echoed from the roof. A piece of the old, rotted wood broke, and a shower of moss, pine needles, and dust rained down onto our sleeping bags. "Stay still," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. "Don't move, don't make a sound." The tapping stopped. The silence returned, more profound and terrifying than before. We sat there, rigid, listening to our own ragged breathing, the frantic pounding of our hearts. The metallic smell intensified, making my head swim. It was no longer just the smell of blood and rust, but something else, something primal and foul, like decaying meat mixed with damp earth. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My entire body ached from tension. Mark was shaking visibly. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the presence outside seemed to recede. The metallic smell began to dissipate slowly, reluctantly. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by the familiar, albeit still eerie, quiet of the deep forest. I strained my ears, trying to catch any sound, any indication that it was still out there. Nothing. The forest was silent once more, a hollow, empty silence that offered no comfort. Is it gone?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling. I didn't answer immediately. I swept my headlamp beam around the entrance, into the trees. Nothing, just shadows and the familiar shapes of ancient firs. It was gone, for now. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat huddled together, our headlamps on, casting an anxious glow around the small shelter. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the old wood sent fresh waves of terror through us. We spoke little, mostly exchanging frightened glances. The experience had shaken us to our core. Our rational minds struggled to make sense of it. What was it? A very large, very strange animal. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But the growl, the tapping, the smell, those were too real, too visceral to be dismissed. As the first faint streaks of pre-dawn light began to filter through the dense canopy, painting the forest in shades of gray and bruised purple, a sense of desperate urgency seized us. We had to get out of there. This place wasn't just old and isolated, it was cursed. "We're packing up," Mark said, his voice hoarse, echoing my thoughts. "First light, we're gone. We hike out, back the way we came." I nodded, already pulling my gear into my pack. We moved with a frantic energy, our movements clumsy in the dim light. We didn't bother with breakfast, just grabbed some energy bars to eat on the move. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat, every gust of wind a whisper of malevolence. By the time the sun had fully risen, casting long, ethereal shafts of light through the mist-shrouded forest, we were packed and ready. We took one last look at the lean-to. In the daylight, it looked less menacing, just an old, forgotten structure swallowed by the wilderness. But the memory of the night's terror clung to it, a palpable residue in the air. The crude symbols on the log wall seemed to mock us, their meaning now imbued with a sinister weight. "Let's go," I muttered, turning away. We didn't even bother trying to find a different route. The only thought was to retrace our steps, to get back to the safety of the known, to to the trailhead, to my Subaru, to civilization. The hike back was grueling. We pushed ourselves harder than we ever had, propelled by a primal fear. Every snapped twig, every distant bird call sent shivers down our spines. We barely spoke, conserving our energy, our eyes constantly scanning the dense undergrowth around us. The forest, which had seemed so beautiful and serene just days before, now felt oppressive and hostile. Every shadow a potential hiding place, every ancient tree a silent witness. The oppressive silence of the previous day had been replaced by a new kind of silence, one that hummed with unseen life, but a life that seemed to watch us, to follow our hurried steps. I kept feeling like something was just out of sight, just behind the next cluster of ferns, or perched on a high branch, its unseen gaze burning into the backs of our necks. We navigated by instinct, our compass and map almost secondary to the desperate need to simply move. The trail, already faint, seemed to grow even more elusive, as if the forest itself was trying to swallow us, to erase our path. We stumbled over roots, slipped on mossy rocks, our muscles screaming in protest, but we kept going. By late afternoon, we were utterly exhausted. The sun was beginning its slow descent, and the familiar panic started to creep in. We couldn't spend another night out here, not after what had happened. We had to reach the car. "We're not going to make it," Mark panted, collapsing against a moss-covered boulder, wiping sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. "Not before dark. My legs are gone." I knew he was right. We had covered a lot of ground, but the sheer effort of pushing ourselves so hard, coupled with the lack of sleep and the lingering terror, had taken its toll. The thought of spending another night in the open wilderness with whatever was out there was almost unbearable. "We have to," I insisted, my voice tight with desperation. "We just keep moving, take smaller breaks, we'll make it." But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. We were moving slower now, our bodies protesting every step. The light was fading fast, the forest again taking on that eerie, bruised twilight. The air grew colder, the dampness seeping into our bones. Just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into deep shadows, we stumbled upon a small, relatively open clearing. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than trying to navigate through the dense undergrowth in the dark. "This is it," I said, my voice heavy with resignation. "We camp here, minimal camp, no fire." Mark just nodded, too tired to argue. We quickly unrolled our sleeping bags, keeping our headlamps on low. The experience of the previous night had etched itself into our minds, a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we were. We instinctively chose a spot that offered a wider field of view, though in this dense forest that wasn't saying much. Every tree trunk looked like a lurking figure, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. We ate our cold energy bars in silence, our eyes constantly sweeping the surrounding darkness. The metallic smell was back, faint but undeniable, mingling with the damp earth and pine. Or was it just my imagination? Was the memory so strong that I was conjuring the smell? I didn't know, and the uncertainty only deepened the terror. "You think it followed us," Mark whispered, breaking the silence. His voice was small, childlike. I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to give voice to the horrifying possibility. "I don't know," I finally admitted, my voice equally shaky. "Maybe it stayed at the shelter. Maybe it was just territorial." "That growl, Alex," he insisted, his eyes wide. "That wasn't an animal, I know." "I know," I said, "I know." We spent another night of terror, though this time nothing concrete happened. No growls, no tapping, but the feeling was there, a pervasive sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the periphery of our vision, just outside the circle of our headlamp beams. The air remained unnaturally cold, and the silence was punctuated by phantom sounds, the whisper of unseen movement, the faint crack of a distant branch that sounded too much like footsteps. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to take on menacing shapes. We huddled together, sharing our fears in hushed whispers, each word amplifying the other's terror. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the canopy, painting the clearing in a soft, ethereal glow, we wasted no time. We packed our gear with practiced speed, our bodies aching, our minds frayed. The exhaustion was bone deep, but the adrenaline of fear propelled us forward. "We have to make it today," I said, more to myself than to Mark. "We just have to." The light of day brought a fragile sense of relief, but the forest still felt alien, menacing. The trail continued to play tricks on us, seeming to disappear and reappear, forcing us to constantly consult our map and compass. It was as if the path itself was alive, shifting and blurring, trying to lead us astray. Around mid-morning, as we were struggling up a particularly steep and overgrown incline, Mark suddenly stopped dead. "Alex," he said, his voice a strained whisper. "Look." I followed his gaze. There, partially obscured by a fallen log and a tangle of ferns, was something that made my blood run cold. It was a hiking boot, a single, muddy, worn hiking boot. It looked old, weather-beat, but definitely human. And attached to it, just barely visible beneath the leaves, was the frayed cuff of what looked like a denim pant leg. "Oh my God," Mark breathed, taking a hesitant step forward. "Don't," I snapped, grabbing his arm. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was it. This was the terrifying confirmation. Whatever was out here, it wasn't just lurking. It had done this before. My headlamp beam swept across the opening. Nothing. Just the impenetrable wall of trees, darker than night itself. "Mark," I whispered, my voice a dry croak. "Mark, wake up." He stirred, grunting softly. What is it?" "Listen," I breathed, my eyes fixed on the darkness. He slowly became aware, his body tensing as he processed my urgency. He reached for his own headlamp, clicking it on. Two beams now cut through the black, piercing the gloom. "What is it, Alex?" he whispered, his voice laced with confusion and alarm. "I heard something," I said, my voice barely audible, "thumping right outside." We lay there, frozen, listening. The forest was utterly silent again, a silence that felt heavy and expectant. But then it came, a sound that made my blood run cold, a sound that no animal I'd ever heard could make. A low, guttural growl. It wasn't the deep rumble of a bear, nor the snarl of a wolf. It was something deeper, older, and laced with an unnerving, almost intelligent malice. It vibrated through the very ground beneath us, shaking the thin walls of the shelter. It was close, and it was definitely coming from just outside our open front. Mark let out a strangled gasp. What in God's name? The growl intensified, a low, throaty rumble that seemed to emanate from the very air around us. Then, a scraping sound, a heavy scraping, like something impossibly large dragging against the rough logs of the shelter's exterior wall, right beside the entrance. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A large cougar, a very, very angry bear, but the sounds felt wrong, too deliberate, too malevolent. Then through one of the larger cracks in the log wall near the ground, I saw it. A glint, a brief, unsettling flash of something pale and bony in the utter blackness beyond. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, but it was enough. Enough to confirm that something was there, and it was not normal. We need to get out of here, Mark hissed, scrambling to sit up, fumbling for his boots. Where would we go? I whispered, my own mind still grappling with the sheer impossibility of what we were experiencing. It's pitch black. We don't know what's out there. The growling stopped, replaced by an unnerving silence. We sat there, two terrified men in a crude shelter, our headlamps piercing the gloom, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, the crude symbols on the wall. The metallic, acrid smell was now overwhelming, burning my nostrils. It felt like whatever was out there had pressed itself against the very logs of the shelter, its presence a suffocating weight. Then a new sound, a slow, deliberate tap, 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 against the logs directly above our heads on the roof. It was too light to be an animal, too rhythmic to be a falling branch. It sounded like a bony finger or a claw, gently testing the integrity of the shelter. My breath hitched. Mark let out a whimper, clutching his knees to his chest. His eyes, wide with terror, were fixed on the roof. The tapping continued, moving slowly from one end of the roof to the other, as if whatever was up there was pacing, inspecting our flimsy cover. It felt less like an attack and more like observation, a probing. Then a sudden, sharp crack echoed from the roof. A piece of the old, rotted wood broke, and a shower of moss, pine needles, and dust rained down onto our sleeping bags. "Stay still," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. "Don't move, don't make a sound." The tapping stopped. The silence returned, more profound and terrifying than before. We sat there, rigid, listening to our own ragged breathing, the frantic pounding of our hearts. The metallic smell intensified, making my head swim. It was no longer just the smell of blood and rust, but something else, something primal and foul, like decaying meat mixed with damp earth. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My entire body ached from tension. Mark was shaking visibly. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the presence outside seemed to recede. The metallic smell began to dissipate slowly, reluctantly. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by the familiar, albeit still eerie, quiet of the deep forest. I strained my ears, trying to catch any sound, any indication that it was still out there. Nothing. The forest was silent once more, a hollow, empty silence that offered no comfort. Is it gone?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling. I didn't answer immediately. I swept my headlamp beam around the entrance, into the trees. Nothing, just shadows and the familiar shapes of ancient firs. It was gone, for now. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat huddled together, our headlamps on, casting an anxious glow around the small shelter. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the old wood sent fresh waves of terror through us. We spoke little, mostly exchanging frightened glances. The experience had shaken us to our core. Our rational minds struggled to make sense of it. What was it? A very large, very strange animal. A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But the growl, the tapping, the smell, those were too real, too visceral to be dismissed. As the first faint streaks of pre-dawn light began to filter through the dense canopy, painting the forest in shades of bruised purple and deep green, a sense of desperate urgency seized us. We had to get out of there. This place wasn't just old and isolated, it was cursed. "We're packing up," Mark said, his voice hoarse, echoing my thoughts. "First light, we're gone. We hike out, back the way we came." I nodded, already pulling my gear into my pack. We moved with a frantic energy, our movements clumsy in the dim light. We didn't bother with breakfast, just grabbed some energy bars to eat on the move. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat, every gust of wind a whisper of malevolence. By the time the sun had fully risen, casting long, ethereal shafts of light through the mist-shrouded forest. We were packed and ready. We took one last look at the lean-to. In the daylight, it looked less menacing, just an old, forgotten structure swallowed by the wilderness. But the memory of the night's terror clung to it, a palpable residue in the air. The crude symbols on the log wall seemed to mock us, their meaning now imbued with a sinister weight. "Let's go," I muttered, turning away. We didn't even bother trying to find a different route. The only thought was to retrace our steps, to get back to the safety of the known, to the trailhead, to my Subaru, to civilization. The hike back was grueling. We pushed ourselves harder than we ever had, propelled by a primal fear. Every snapped twig, every distant bird call sent shivers down our spines. We barely spoke, conserving our energy, our eyes constantly scanning the dense undergrowth around us. The forest, which had seemed so beautiful and serene just days before, now felt oppressive and hostile. Every shadow a potential hiding place, every ancient tree a silent witness. The oppressive silence of the previous day had been replaced by a new kind of silence, one that hummed with unseen life, but a life that seemed to watch us, to follow our hurried steps. I kept feeling like something was just out of sight, just behind the next cluster of ferns, or perched on a high branch, its unseen gaze burning into the backs of our necks. We navigated by instinct, our compass and map almost secondary to the desperate need to simply move. The trail, already faint, seemed to grow even more elusive, as if the forest itself was trying to swallow us, to erase our path. We stumbled over roots, slipped on mossy rocks, our muscles screaming in protest, but we kept going. By late afternoon, we were utterly exhausted. The sun was beginning its slow descent, and the familiar panic started to creep in. We couldn't spend another night out here, not after what had happened. We had to reach the car. "We're not going to make it," Mark panted, collapsing against a moss-covered boulder, wiping sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. "Not before dark. My legs are gone." I knew he was right. We had covered a lot of ground, but the sheer effort of pushing ourselves so hard, coupled with the lack of sleep and the lingering terror, had taken its toll. The thought of spending another night in the open wilderness, with whatever was out there, was almost unbearable. "We have to," I insisted, my voice tight with desperation. "We just keep moving, take smaller breaks, we'll make it." But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. We were moving slower now, our bodies protesting every step. The light was fading fast, the forest again taking on that eerie, bruised twilight. The air grew colder, the dampness seeping into our bones. Just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into deep shadows, we stumbled upon a small, relatively open clearing. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than trying to navigate through the dense undergrowth in the dark. "This is it," I said, my voice heavy with resignation. "We camp here, minimal camp, no fire." Mark just nodded, too tired to argue. We quickly unrolled our sleeping bags, keeping our headlamps on low. The experience of the previous night had etched itself into our minds, a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we were. We instinctively chose a spot that offered a wider field of view, though in this dense forest that wasn't saying much. Every tree trunk looked like a lurking figure, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. We ate our cold energy bars in silence, our eyes constantly sweeping the surrounding darkness. The metallic smell was back, faint but undeniable, mingling with the damp earth and pine. Or was it just my imagination? Was the memory so strong that I was conjuring the smell? I didn't know, and the uncertainty only deepened the terror. "You think it followed us," Mark whispered, breaking the silence. His voice was small, childlike. I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to give voice to the horrifying possibility. I don't know, I finally admitted, my voice equally shaky. Maybe it stayed at the shelter. Maybe it was just territorial. That growl, Alex, he insisted, his eyes wide. That wasn't an animal, I know. I know, I said, I know. We spent another night of terror, though this time nothing concrete happened. No growls, no tapping, but the feeling was there, a pervasive sense of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the periphery of our vision, just outside the circle of our headlamp beams. The air remained unnaturally cold, and the silence was punctuated by phantom sounds, the whisper of unseen movement, the faint crack of a distant branch that sounded too much like footsteps. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to take on menacing shapes. We huddled together, sharing our fears in hushed whispers, each word amplifying the other's terror. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the canopy, painting the clearing in a soft, ethereal glow, we wasted no time. We packed our gear with practiced speed, our bodies aching, our minds frayed. The exhaustion was bone deep, but the adrenaline of fear propelled us forward. We have to make it today, I said, more to myself than to Mark. We just have to. The light of day brought. The light of day brought a fragile sense of relief, but the forest still felt alien, menacing. The trail continued to play tricks on us, seeming to disappear and reappear, forcing us to constantly consult our map and compass. It was as if the path itself was alive, shifting and blurring, trying to lead us astray. Around mid-morning, as we were struggling up a particularly steep and overgrown incline, Mark suddenly stopped dead. "Alex," he said, his voice a strained whisper. "Look." I followed his gaze. There, partially obscured by a fallen log and a tangle of ferns, was something that made my blood run cold. It was a hiking boot, a single, muddy, worn hiking boot. It looked old, weather-beaten, but definitely human. And attached to it, just barely visible beneath the leaves, was the frayed cuff of what looked like a denim pant leg. "Oh my God," Mark breathed, taking a hesitant step forward. "Don't," I snapped, grabbing his arm. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was it. This was the terrifying confirmation. Whatever was out here, it wasn't just lurking. It had done this before. The air around the boot felt heavy, the same oppressive stillness we'd felt at the shelter. The metallic, foul smell was strong here, too unmistakably real. It wasn't my imagination. It was the scent of death and decay, clinging to the remnants of a human life. We stood frozen, staring at the boot, our minds struggling to process the implications. Who did it belong to? How long had it been there? What happened to the rest of them? "We need to keep moving," I urged, pulling Mark away from the gruesome discovery. "Now, faster." The discovery injected a fresh surge of adrenaline into our exhausted bodies. The fear was no longer abstract. It was concrete, rooted in the grim reality of that boot. We moved with renewed urgency, stumbling and scrambling over the treacherous terrain, our eyes darting frantically through the dense trees. Every shadow seemed to shift, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. The forest pressed in on us, no longer a beautiful wilderness, but a suffocating trap. The trail, or what we desperately hoped was the trail, became a cruel illusion. It would appear for a few yards, then vanish into an impassable thicket of thorns and fallen ancient trees, forcing us to backtrack, to push through dense undergrowth that scratched at our faces and tore at our clothes. It felt deliberate, as if the forest itself was actively trying to disorient us, to keep us trapped within its suffocating embrace. Our compass readings started to make less sense. The landmarks on the topo map seemed to shift, or simply not exist where they should. The trees grew taller, denser, filtering out the sun until it felt like perpetual twilight. Panic, cold and insidious, began to set in. We were lost, or at the very least, severely off course. The trailhead, which should have been within reach by now, felt miles away, an impossible distance. "This isn't right," Mark gasped, leaning against a colossal moss-covered trunk, utterly spent. His face was pale, streaked with dirt and sweat, his eyes wide and unfocused. We should have seen something familiar by now. A marker, a wider path, anything. I pulled out the map again, my hands shaking. The lines swam before my eyes. The ridge we were supposed to be following seemed to bend in an impossible direction. The river, a faint blue line that seemed to mock our efforts to find it. "I don't understand," I mumbled, my voice hoarse. "We've been following our back azimuth, checking our bearings. It should be here." As I spoke, a sound cut through the oppressive silence of the forest. It was faint at first, barely a whisper on the wind, but unmistakable. A human voice, a woman's voice. My head snapped up. Mark's eyes locked onto mine, a flicker of desperate hope mixed with profound apprehension. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "Yeah," I breathed, straining my ears. There it was again, a soft, fragmented sound like a cry or a call carried on the damp air. It sounded distant, but it was there, human, a sign of civilization, or at least another human. "Maybe someone else is lost," Mark suggested, a desperate urgency in his tone. "Maybe they know the way out." A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. After the last 2 nights, the discovery of the boot, the shifting trail, the idea of another person out here didn't feel like relief. It felt like another trap. But what choice did we have? Stay lost and vulnerable, or seek out the source of the voice? It could be a rescue party, I tried to rationalize, though my instincts screamed otherwise. Or other hikers. Let's go towards it, carefully. We moved slowly, deliberately, pushing through the thick undergrowth in the direction of the sound. The voice, whenever it came, was always faint, always just out of reach like a ghost. It seemed to recede as we approached, only to reappear from a different direction, playing tricks on our ears, leading us deeper into the tangled heart of the forest. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, even though it was still mid-afternoon. The metallic, foul smell was back, stronger now, almost unbearable. It mingled with another scent, something sickly sweet and cloying, like rotting flowers or sickly sweet carrion. After what felt like an hour of chasing the ephemeral voice, we stumbled into a clearing that was unlike any we had seen. It was circular, almost perfectly so, but not naturally formed. The ground was eerily bare, devoid of the usual undergrowth, just dark, compacted earth. In the center stood a single, enormous cedar tree, far larger and older than any around it, its trunk a gnarled, twisted monument to centuries of life. But it was dead. Its branches were skeletal, reaching out like clawed fingers to the bruised sky, completely denuded of needles, draped instead in long, pale tendrils of moss that swayed slightly in the non-existent breeze. And beneath the dead cedar, partially hidden by the drooping moss, was a figure. It was a woman, or what was left of one. She was slumped against the base of the tree, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. Her clothes were torn, mud-stained, and completely sodden. Her skin was a ghastly pale gray, almost translucent. Her hair, long and dark, was matted with dirt and leaves. Her eyes were wide open, staring blankly ahead, devoid of life, fixed on some unseen horror in the canopy above. A choked cry escaped Mark's throat. I felt my own blood turn to ice. This wasn't a lost hiker. This was a corpse, and the voice we had heard, was it hers, a residual echo, or something else entirely luring us in? The metallic, sickly sweet smell was overwhelming here, emanating from the woman, from the ground, from the very air. It was the smell of death, old and new, mingled with something indescribably foul. "Oh God," Mark whispered, staggering back a step, hands clapped over his mouth. "Oh God, no." As we stood there, paralyzed by horror, a subtle movement caught my eye. Something was nestled in the woman's lap, partially covered by her tattered jacket. I squinted, trying to make sense of the dark shape. It was a book, an old, leather-bound book, its cover dark and embossed with what looked like strange, swirling symbols. My curiosity, morbid and overwhelming, warred with my profound fear. This woman hadn't just died here, she had died with that book. Was it a diary, a journal, a clue? "We need to go," Mark pleaded, pulling at my sleeve. "We shouldn't be here, Alex. This is wrong, all wrong." He was right. Every instinct screamed at us to flee, to run as far and as fast as possible from this place of death. But something held me, a desperate need to understand, to find some explanation for the horrors we had endured, for the strange sounds, the shifting forest, the boot, and now this woman. "Wait," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The book." "Are you insane?" Mark hissed, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. "We don't touch anything. We leave. We get out of here." But I couldn't. I felt drawn to it, compelled by a force I couldn't explain. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I took a tentative step towards the corpse. "Alex, no," Mark's whisper was desperate, but I ignored him. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, almost spongy. As I got closer, I saw that the bare earth was not just dark, but stained. Dark, deep stains that looked suspiciously like dried blood or something similar. They radiated outwards from the base of the tree, forming a macabre, grotesque pattern. The symbols on the cover of the book seemed to shimmer in the dim light, almost calling to me. I knelt, my heart pounding, fighting down the urge to vomit. Her skin was cold, clammy. Her vacant eyes seemed to stare straight into my soul. I reached out a trembling hand, trying to be careful, trying not to disturb anything. My fingers brushed against the leather cover of the book. It felt strangely warm, almost alive, despite the coldness of the woman's body. As my fingers closed around it, a faint whisper, like a sigh, seemed to emanate from the woman's lips, or perhaps from the very air around us. It was so faint, so fleeting, I almost dismissed it as my imagination. But then the metallic, sweet smell intensified, burning my nostrils, making my eyes water. I pulled the book free carefully. It was heavy, much heavier than it looked. The leather was supple, despite its age, and the symbols on the cover were deeply etched, swirling into an intricate, unsettling design that felt vaguely familiar, like the scratches in the shelter, but more refined, more deliberate. "What is it?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling as he peered over my shoulder, keeping his distance from the body. "I don't know," I said, my voice thick with awe and fear. "It's a journal, maybe." I opened the book, my fingers fumbling with the clasp. The pages inside were thick, yellowed parchment, covered in an elegant, flowing script. It wasn't English. It looked like some archaic, unfamiliar language, filled with strange, angular characters and intricate symbols that were disturbingly similar to the ones scratched on the walls of the lean-to. As I stared at the script, a low, soft hum seemed to vibrate from the pages, resonating deep within my chest. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears, but something I felt, a resonance in my bones. The air around us grew even colder, and the shadows under the skeletal branches of the cedar seemed to deepen, to coil and twist into unnatural shapes. "Alex, put it down," Mark begged, his voice rising in desperation. "Please, we shouldn't have touched it." But I couldn't. I was mesmerized, held captive by the strange, humming energy of the book. As my eyes scanned the unfamiliar script, a single, clear image flashed through my mind. A dark, shadowy figure, tall and gaunt, moving through the trees, its long, bony fingers reaching. The image was vivid, terrifying, as if it had been directly implanted into my brain. It was the thing from the shelter. I was sure of it. I snapped the book shut, the vision breaking, but the chilling sensation remained. The hum subsided, but the air still thrummed with a suppressed energy. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, and my heart hammered against my ribs. "We have to go," I finally said, my voice barely a coherent sound. "Now." We didn't look back. We fled the clearing, leaving the woman and her strange book behind, pushing through the dense undergrowth with a terror so profound it eclipsed our exhaustion. We didn't care about the trail anymore. We just needed to put as much distance as possible between us and that place. The metallic, foul smell clung to us, to our clothes, to our very skin, a phantom reminder of the horror we had witnessed. The forest seemed to close in behind us, the trees blurring into an indistinguishable mass of dark green and shadow. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs screamed in protest, until we could run no more. We collapsed in a heap beneath a thick canopy of firs, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. What was that?" Mark panted, his face buried in his hands. "What is this place?" I couldn't answer him. My mind was reeling, trying to reconcile what we had just seen, what I had just felt, with everything I knew about the natural world. It was impossible. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, lurking in the heart of this forgotten forest. And the book was connected. I still clutched the book to my chest, my knuckles white. I knew I should have left it, but I couldn't. It felt like a tether, a terrible, dangerous link to whatever was happening, but also perhaps the only key to understanding it. We spent the rest of the afternoon pushing on, no longer following any discernible path, just moving generally downhill, hoping to eventually hit a river or a road. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but no beautiful sunset could dispel the pervasive dread that clung to us. The metallic smell would still waft past us on occasion, sometimes strong, sometimes faint, a reminder that we were not free, not safe. As twilight deepened, we stumbled upon another disturbing sight. Partially hidden beneath a thick curtain of moss, near a gnarled, ancient tree, was a small, crudely carved wooden idol. It stood about 2 feet high, shaped from a single piece of dark, unidentifiable wood. Its form was unsettling, a grotesque humanoid figure, elongated and gaunt, with disproportionately long limbs and a head that was little more than a skull-like caricature, lacking any discernible features other than deep, empty eye sockets. And carved into its chest, just above where a heart would be, was one of the strange symbols from the book, the same one that looked like an imperfect circle with a line through it, almost an eye. My breath hitched. Mark let out a low moan of fear. "More symbols," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Just like the shelter, just like the book." This wasn't random. This was a pattern, a deliberate, horrifying pattern. Someone or something had been here before us, leaving these morbid markers. I wanted to smash the idol, to burn it, to obliterate its unsettling presence. But I didn't. Some deep, primal part of me warned against it. It felt like a ward or a warning, or worse, an offering. We just skirted wide around it, our eyes fixed on its grotesque form until it was out of sight. The forest was becoming a labyrinth of terrors. Every rustle of leaves was a whisper, every snapped twig a footstep. The trees seemed to lean in, their ancient branches forming skeletal arches over our heads, their shadows stretching and twisting into monstrous shapes. The silence, when it fell, was no longer peaceful, but a heavy, suffocating blanket, pregnant with unseen threats. We knew we couldn't make it out before dark. Exhaustion finally brought us to our knees. We found a small, slightly elevated patch of ground, surrounded by thick brush offering at least some cover. No fire this time, no tent. We just unrolled our sleeping bags directly on the damp earth, clutching our headlamps and our knives. I still held the book, hidden deep within my pack, but its presence felt like a burning coal against my back. The third night was a kaleidoscope of waking nightmares. We didn't sleep, not truly. Every fiber of our being was tuned to the forest around us, listening, watching. The metallic, foul odor was constant now, an ever-present companion. It permeated the air, thick and cloying, making it hard to breathe. It seemed to pulse with the slow, rhythmic thump-thump-thump that began again, far off in the distance, sometime after midnight. It was the same sound from the first night, the heavy, uneven thumping, slow and deliberate. But this time it sounded closer, and there was an additional element, a faint, low moan carried on the wind, like the sound of someone in immense pain or utter despair. It was the same woman's voice, I was sure of it, but twisted, agonized. My heart hammered. Mark grabbed my arm, his grip like a vice. His eyes, in the dim glow of our low-beam headlamps, were wide with unadulterated terror. "You hear that?" he whispered, his voice choked with fear. "It's her, Alex, that's her." I nodded, unable to speak. The thumping grew steadily louder, drawing closer, accompanied by the chilling moans. It was moving around us, circling our hidden position like a predator testing its prey. The scraping sound, too, returned, a slow, heavy drag, as if something immense was being pulled through the undergrowth, or perhaps something with a mangled limb was struggling to walk. The air grew icy cold, the kind of cold that seemed to seep into your very bones, even through layers of clothing. My teeth began to chatter, but it wasn't just from the cold. It was pure, unadulterated terror. The thumping and scraping eventually stopped. The moaning ceased. Again, the silence was more terrifying than the sounds. It felt as if whatever was out there was now directly upon us, hovering, observing, its unseen gaze burning into our very souls. The metallic, foul odor became so overwhelming it was almost tangible, a choking presence in the air. We held our breath, our bodies rigid with fear, barely daring to move. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My imagination conjured grotesque images, the gaunt, bony figure from my flash vision, now lurking just beyond the thicket, its empty eye sockets fixed on us. Then a sound came from directly above us, a faint rustle, like heavy fabric being dragged over branches. We looked up, our headlamps piercing the absolute blackness of the canopy. Nothing visible, just the swaying, ancient branches. But the rustling continued, moving slowly, directly above our heads, as if something impossibly large and heavy was moving through the very tops of the trees, directly over our campsite. It was silent, apart from the soft, almost imperceptible rustle of heavy, dragging limbs or fabric. This was different. This wasn't just a ground-based threat. This thing could climb. It could move silently, stealthily, through the upper reaches of the forest, observing us from above. A new kind of dread washed over me. It was hunting us, not just threatening, but actively hunting. The rustling above us continued for what felt like hours, moving back and forth, patrolling. We stayed absolutely still, not daring to make a sound, our hearts pounding so violently I was sure it could hear them. The cold was unbearable, the smell suffocating. We were trapped, exposed, waiting for an attack that never came, but the prolonged suspense was a torture worse than any physical pain. As the first faint light of pre-dawn began to filter through the canopy, the rustling finally ceased. The oppressive cold began to recede, and the metallic smell slowly, reluctantly dissipated. The forest gradually returned to its eerie quiet, but it was a quiet that would never again feel peaceful. We didn't wait for the sun to fully rise. The moment we could distinguish shapes in the gloom, we were up, packing our minimal gear with desperate speed. Our bodies were screaming, every muscle aching, our minds frayed to breaking point. We were hallucinating from lack of sleep, seeing movement in the corners of our vision, hearing whispers on the wind. But the terror of the past nights propelled us forward. We had to get out, today, no matter what. We pushed ourselves relentlessly, fueled by sheer adrenaline and a primal urge for survival. The forest seemed determined to thwart us, every path a false lead, every turn an illusion. The feeling of being watched was constant, an almost physical pressure on our backs. The faint, metallic smell would return periodically, a phantom reminder that the entity was still out there, still following, still observing. Around midday, after hours of scrambling through dense undergrowth, we finally heard it. The faint, almost imperceptible hum of machinery. It was distant but unmistakably human-made. A chainsaw, a logging truck, whatever it was, it meant civilization. It meant hope. "The road," Mark gasped, tears welling in his eyes, his voice choked with raw relief. "We're close, we have to be." A fresh surge of energy flooded our weary limbs. We pushed through the last, most stubborn thickets, ignoring the scratches and scrapes, our eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. The forest began to thin, the trees not quite as ancient, the undergrowth less impenetrable. Then, through a final curtain of ferns, we saw it. A dirt road, not the gravel track leading to the trailhead, but a narrower, less maintained logging road, likely used only sporadically. It was still miles from true civilization, but it was a path, a way out. We stumbled onto the road, collapsing onto the rough gravel, gasping for air, tears streaming down our faces. We were alive. We had made it. The sun, finally breaking through a lighter canopy, felt warm and welcoming on our skin. But the relief was short-lived. As we lay there, catching our breath, I noticed something in the dust of the road. Tracks. Large, irregular tracks, unlike any animal I had ever seen. They were elongated, almost boot-shaped, but far too large and with an uneven, dragging quality to them, as if whatever made them was limping or had a misshapen foot. And they were fresh, leading down the road, away from the direction of the sounds of machinery. My eyes followed the tracks, a cold dread returning to my gut. They led past us, continuing down the road in the direction we would have to walk to get to the trailhead. And in the very center of one of the largest, deepest tracks, pressed into the damp earth, was a faint but unmistakable impression. An imperfect circle with a line through it, the symbol, the one from the shelter, the book, the idol. It was here. It had been on the road, waiting. Mark saw it too. His eyes widened, fixing on the symbol, then on the tracks leading off into the distance. The profound relief that had momentarily washed over him drained away, replaced by the stark, horrifying realization. "It's not gone," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It followed us. It's still here." The silence of the forest, broken only by the distant hum of machinery, now felt heavy with menace again. The metallic, foul smell returned, faint but distinct, carried on a sudden, cold gust of wind. It wasn't over. Not yet. We got to our feet, our legs still shaky, but the terror overriding exhaustion. We couldn't just sit there. We had to keep moving. The road was our only way out. We started walking, trying to move as quickly as possible, our eyes fixed on the dust ahead of us, searching for more tracks, for any sign of it. The logging road was rough, winding, and seemed endless. Every few hundred yards, we would see the fresh tracks again, sometimes overlapping, sometimes seeming to disappear for a stretch, only to reappear further on. The symbol was often visible, pressed into the center of the largest tracks, a chilling sign of its continued presence. It was taunting us, leading us, drawing us further into its game. The distant hum of machinery seemed to grow fainter, or perhaps our minds were playing tricks on us, warping the sound. The sun began its slow decline once more, and the shadows stretched, turning the dense forest bordering the road into a terrifying, impenetrable wall. We pushed ourselves harder, adrenaline surging through our veins, knowing that another night in this place would likely be our last. As the light grew dim, we heard a new sound. Not the thumping, not the growl. This was different. A faint, high-pitched scratching, like something sharp being dragged across wood or stone, coming from the dense forest to our left. It was irregular, sporadic, but undeniably there, and it was moving parallel to us, just out of sight, keeping pace with our hurried steps. "Did you hear that?" Mark whispered, his eyes wide, his hand gripping my arm. "Yeah," I breathed, my heart pounding. It sounded like something was carving something into the trees. We walked faster, almost running, trying to outpace the sound. But it kept up, always just out of sight, always scratching, scratching, scratching. It felt like it was marking a trail, not for us to follow, but for it to remember, to claim its territory. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the logging road into deep twilight. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, punctuated only by our ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of our hearts. "We have to hide," Mark croaked. "It's going to be dark. We can't keep walking in the open." I knew he was right. The road, which had been our beacon of hope, now felt like an exposed corridor, a clear path for whatever was stalking us. We plunged into the dense woods on the right side of the road, fighting through thorny bushes and low-hanging branches, desperate for cover. We crawled deeper, further off the road, until we found a small, overgrown hollow, barely large enough for us to squeeze into, hidden by thick ferns and a tangle of fallen logs. We pulled out our headlamps, setting them to their lowest beams, casting just enough light to see each other's terrified faces. I felt the weight of the book against my chest, inside my pack, a constant, unsettling presence. We huddled together, trying to control our ragged breaths, straining our ears to catch any sound from the road. The metallic, foul smell was strong again, clinging to the damp earth in our hiding place. It was here. It was close. Then from the road we had just left, a sound. Not a footstep, not a growl. It was a faint, almost melodic hum. A low, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the very air, growing slowly, steadily louder. It was unsettling, beautiful in a deeply wrong way, like a mournful, ancient song. "What is that?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling. The hum intensified, filling the forest, making the very ground vibrate beneath us. It was coming from right in front of our hiding place on the road, and then woven into the hum came the sounds of chanting. Low, guttural, rhythmic chanting in a language I didn't recognize, but it was undoubtedly human, or at least a twisted imitation of human speech. It was the same language, I realized with a sickening lurch of my stomach, as the script in the book. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just it. This was them, multiple entities, or perhaps followers. The chanting grew louder, more frantic, accompanied by the strange, resonant hum. It felt like a ritual, a ceremony taking place just yards from where we lay hidden. The air grew impossibly cold, and the metallic, foul smell was now so overpowering it was nauseating, making my head swim. We pressed ourselves deeper into the earth, desperate to be invisible to disappear. I reached for the book in my pack, my fingers fumbling, my mind screaming. The chanting was a crescendo, swirling around us, pressing in, the words alien and terrifying, the hum vibrating through my very bones. Suddenly the chanting stopped, the hum ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, more profound and terrifying than any sound. Then a new sound, a slow, heavy thump thump thump, closer than ever before, moving directly towards our hiding place just beyond the thick ferns. And then a low, guttural growl, full of intelligent malice, that seemed to vibrate the very ground beneath us. "It knows we're here," Mark whimpered, his voice barely audible. "It knows." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. I pulled the book out of my pack, clutching it, its surface now burning hot against my trembling fingers. I didn't know why, but I felt an instinctual urge to hold it, to use it as a shield, a ward, a connection to whatever dark power was at play. Through a small gap in the ferns, I saw it. A shadowy, impossibly tall figure, gaunt and skeletal, standing motionless on the edge of our hiding place, its form almost swallowed by the deepening gloom. Its head was tilted as if listening, observing. I couldn't make out any features, but the sheer malevolence radiating from it was palpable, a suffocating wave of pure, ancient evil. It was the entity from the shelter, the one from my vision, now undeniably real and directly in front of us. Then from the darkness behind the creature, other forms began to emerge. Smaller, more shambling figures, indistinct in the gloom but unmistakably there. They moved with an unsettling, jerky gait like puppets on tangled strings, their outlines distorted and unnatural. And as they moved, I heard the faint, sickening sound of bones scraping against each other, like dry, brittle branches in a strong wind. They were coming for us. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. This wasn't just a lost hike anymore. This was a hunt, and we were the prey. I gripped Mark's arm, my voice a strangled gasp. "Run, Mark, now, don't look back." We scrambled out of the hollow, pushing through the ferns with frantic energy, our fear overriding caution. We burst onto the logging road, stumbling, falling, then getting back up, running blindly into the deepening darkness, our headlamps dancing wildly, illuminating the terrifying path ahead. The metallic, foul smell was overwhelming now, a constant, sickening presence. Behind us from the hollow came a chorus of low, guttural growls, followed by the heavy, irregular thumping and the sickening sound of bones scraping, growing rapidly louder. They were coming after us, and they were fast, faster than we could have imagined. The road ahead was a tunnel of black, the ancient trees forming a suffocating canopy. Our lungs burned, our legs screamed, but we pushed on, driven by the primal urge to survive. I clutched the book to my chest, its heat a strange comfort, a desperate defiance against the horrors pursuing us. Suddenly Mark cried out. He stumbled, falling hard onto the gravel, his leg twisting beneath him. A sharp, sickening crack echoed in the oppressive silence. He screamed, a sound of pure agony. "My ankle," he sobbed, clutching his leg, tears streaming down his face. "I think it's broken, Alex. I can't move." I skidded to a halt, my heart plummeting. I turned, my headlamp beam illuminating his twisted leg, his face contorted in pain and terror. The sounds of our pursuers were growing deafeningly loud, right behind us, no more than 20 yards away. I could hear their ragged breathing, the heavy drag of their steps, the sickening rasp of their bones. "No, Mark, no," I yelled, reaching down, trying to haul him up. He cried out again, collapsing back onto the ground. "Leave me, Alex," he gasped, pushing me away. "Go, save yourself. You can't carry me." But I wouldn't, not after everything. I frantically looked around, my mind racing, desperate for a plan. There was no cover, no place to hide, just the open road and the encroaching forest, now teeming with unimaginable horrors. The tall, gaunt figure emerged from the darkness behind us, followed by two of the smaller, shambling forms. Their outlines were more distinct now in the faint glow of my headlamp. They were humanoid, but terribly wrong. Their limbs were elongated, twisted, their heads almost skull-like, with empty, cavernous eye sockets that seemed to absorb all light. Their skin was a sickly, pale gray, almost translucent, and their bodies were covered in patchy, decaying fur or moss. And from their gaping mouths, the low, guttural growls emanated, accompanied by a sound like chattering teeth. They paused just at the edge of my headlamp beam, their empty eyes fixed on us. The tall one raised a long, bony arm, a single, impossibly long finger pointing directly at the book I held. A wave of pure, absolute terror washed over me, a paralyzing dread that rooted me to the spot. This wasn't just a creature, it was intelligent. It wanted the book. Mark was sobbing, trying to push himself away, dragging his broken leg, but he was too injured, too terrified. The metallic, foul smell was so potent now, I felt lightheaded, on the verge of collapsing. My mind, however, was still racing. The book, it was important, it was the key. Could it also be a weapon, a shield? I looked from the approaching horrors to Mark's terrified, pleading face, then down at the book in my hand. What was I going to do? Fight, run, sacrifice? I felt a sudden, sharp tug. Not on my arm, but deep within my gut, a primal instinct screaming at me. The creature's elongated finger, bony and pale, was still pointed at the book in my hand. Its empty eye sockets seemed to bore into me, radiating an ancient, hungry intelligence. Mark's muffled sobs of pain and terror were a raw counterpoint to the guttural growls emanating from the three figures. The stench of decay and metal was so overpowering it felt like a physical assault, making my vision blur. My mind, despite the overwhelming fear, frantically searched for an answer. The book, it was burning hot in my grasp, almost scorching my skin. A strange energy pulsed from it, a faint, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to match the frantic beat of my own heart. This wasn't just an old journal, it was something else, something alive with a dark, terrible power. The creatures wanted it. Did that mean it was a weakness for them, or a tool they sought to reclaim? "Alex, please," Mark's voice was a ragged whisper, his eyes wide with a desperate plea for me to run, to save myself. But I couldn't, I wouldn't leave him. The tall figure took a slow, deliberate step forward, its gaunt frame swaying slightly. The two smaller, shambling forms mirrored its movement, their skeletal limbs scraping against the gravel, emitting a chilling, dry sound like ancient bones rattling in a crypt. They were closing the distance, their grotesque, skull-like faces tilting, as if observing their trapped prey. In that split second, a desperate, insane idea flashed into my mind. The book. It was a link to them, a source of their attention. What if it was also a shield, a weapon? It was a reckless, unfounded gamble, born purely of terror and adrenaline, but it was the only thought that offered any semblance of a plan. With a choked cry that was half scream, half defiance, I raised the book. I didn't know what I was doing, only that the heat radiating from it was intense, almost unbearable. As I lifted it, a faint, resonant hum, similar to the one from the clearing, emanated from its pages, growing rapidly louder. It wasn't a sound I heard with my ears, but felt in my bones, a deep, vibrating resonance that made the very air around us thrum. The creatures recoiled. It wasn't a grand, dramatic blast of energy, but a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The tall figure halted its advance, its bony hand dropping slightly, its head tilting even further as if in confusion or momentary pain. The two smaller entities let out low, chattering sounds, a strange, dry rasping that was unlike their previous growls, and stumbled back a step, their misshapen forms flickering at the edge of my headlamp beam as if briefly disoriented. The metallic, foul smell, for a fleeting moment, seemed to lessen, as if pushed back by the book's sudden surge of energy. It was enough, a window, a terrifying, fleeting chance. "Now, Mark, move," I screamed, dropping the book into my pack, the burning sensation immediately fading but leaving an unsettling warmth. I grabbed him, ignoring his pained cries, and half-dragged, half-carried him. His broken ankle twisted, eliciting a guttural scream, but the sheer adrenaline coursing through me gave me a strength I didn't know I possessed. He tried to help, hopping on one foot, his good arm thrown over my shoulder, but his injured leg dragged uselessly, a dead weight. We stumbled forward, away from the figures, into the deepening gloom of the logging road. Behind us, I heard a renewed chorus of growls, deeper and more enraged this time. The heavy thumping and scraping sounds resumed, picking up speed. They were recovering, and they were coming. "Faster, Alex, they're right behind us," Mark gasped, his breath ragged, his face slick with sweat and tears. We plunged deeper into the darkness, our headlamps bouncing wildly, creating a chaotic strobe effect on the surrounding trees. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a monster, every sound a harbinger of doom. I could feel the vibrations of their approach through the ground, a constant, sickening thrum. They were gaining. With Mark's injured leg, our pace was agonizingly slow, a torturous shuffle rather than a desperate run. I knew we couldn't outrun them, not like this. We needed cover. We needed to disappear. My eyes frantically scanned the sides of the road. To our left, the forest seemed impenetrable, a wall of ancient growth. To our right, a slight embankment sloped down into a dense thicket of ferns and thorny bushes. "Down there," I yelled, pulling Mark off the road, half tumbling down the small incline, dragging him behind me. We crashed through the undergrowth, thorns tearing at our clothes, branches whipping our faces. Mark cried out again as his ankle took another impact, but he clamped a hand over his mouth, biting back another scream. We burrowed deeper into the thicket, crawling on our hands and knees, pushing aside ferns and tangled roots, seeking any crevice, any shadow that might hide us. The metallic, foul smell was still strong, but the dense foliage seemed to muffle the sounds of our pursuers for a moment. We came to rest in a small, cramped hollow, barely large enough for our two bodies, hidden beneath the sprawling roots of a fallen, moss-covered tree. We froze, our bodies pressed together, hearts hammering against our ribs, breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence after our frantic escape was deafening. We switched off our headlamps, plunging ourselves into absolute blackness, hoping to become completely invisible. From the road above, we heard them. The heavy thumping, the dry scraping of bones, the low, guttural growls. They were directly above us, searching. I could almost feel their eyes, or whatever served as eyes, boring down into the darkness, probing for us. The sickening stench of decay was overwhelming, mixed with the damp earth and pine needles of our hiding spot. A new sound began, the rhythmic tap, tap, tap on the hard-packed earth of the road directly above our heads. It was the tall creature, I was sure of it, its bony finger or claw testing the ground, feeling for vibrations, for any sign of our presence. It moved slowly, deliberately, its taps echoing in the terrifying silence, a macabre drumbeat. Then the scratching sound returned, fainter this time, coming from the trees bordering the road, as if the smaller entities were systematically scouring the immediate area, marking their territory, or perhaps trying to flush us out. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Mark was shaking uncontrollably, tears silently streaming down his face. I could feel his terror, a cold, clammy presence that matched my own. We barely dared to breathe, our muscles screaming from tension, every fiber of our being screaming to escape, to run, but knowing that movement meant discovery, and discovery meant certain death. The tapping stopped directly above us, a long, agonizing pause. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the inevitable. The metallic, foul smell intensified, pressing down on us, a suffocating blanket. Then the tapping moved on, slowly, rhythmically, continuing down the road. The scratching sounds followed, receding into the distance. The growls grew fainter, then eventually faded altogether, replaced by the eerie, expectant silence of the deep forest. They were gone for now. We lay there for what felt like hours, not daring to move, not daring to believe. Even when the air began to warm slightly, a subtle shift signaling the approach of pre-dawn, we remained rigid. Only when the first faint streaks of gray light filtered through the dense canopy above our hollow did we finally dare to stir. Are they really gone? Mark whispered, his voice hoarse, his throat raw. I didn't know. I slowly, cautiously switched on my headlamp to its lowest setting, the faint beam illuminating our cramped, dirt-filled refuge. Mark's face was pale and drawn, his eyes bloodshot, his lips cracked. His broken ankle was swollen, already purpling through the tattered fabric of his pant leg. We have to move, I said, my voice barely a whisper. We can't stay here, and we can't go back on the road, not now. He nodded, biting back a groan as he tried to shift his weight. The pain must have been excruciating, but the terror of the previous night had dulled everything else. Getting Mark out of the hollow and back up the embankment was a slow, agonizing process. I had to support almost his entire weight, his arm wrapped around my neck, my own muscles screaming in protest. Every movement sent fresh jolts of pain through his leg, but he gritted his teeth, his determination born of sheer survival instinct. We decided to try to navigate through the forest, parallel to the logging road but staying deep within the trees. It was a perilous choice. The forest floor was a treacherous maze of fallen logs, hidden roots, and dense undergrowth. Our progress was painfully slow, each step an arduous effort. Mark hobbled, his injured leg dragging, Alex supporting him, our pace reduced to a crawl. The dense canopy filtered out most of the daylight, keeping us in a perpetual twilight. The metallic, foul smell was a constant companion, sometimes stronger, sometimes fainter, a chilling reminder that we were still within its domain. We kept our headlamps on low, casting pools of anxious light, our eyes constantly scanning the shifting shadows, our ears straining for any sound that wasn't our own ragged breathing. Mid-morning brought a chilling discovery. As we carefully navigated around a particularly dense thicket, Mark suddenly froze, pointing a trembling finger. And Alex, look. There, woven into the branches of a gnarled fir tree, barely visible amidst the moss and lichen, were a series of crude carvings. They were the symbols, the imperfect circle with a line through it, intermingled with the angular, unfamiliar script. They were freshly carved, the wood beneath them pale and exposed, contrasting starkly with the ancient bark. And hanging from a branch directly above the carvings, swaying slightly in a non-existent breeze, was a small, desiccated bird's corpse, its eyes pecked out, its tiny body shriveled and dark, a grotesque offering. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a random carving, it was a deliberate marker. They were ahead of us or moving around us, leaving these signs, these warnings. They were not just chasing us, they were hurting us. They're leading us somewhere, Mark whispered, his voice raw with dawning horror. I didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was undeniable. The shifting trail, the appearances of the symbols, the elusive nature of the pursuit, it all pointed to a malicious, intelligent design. We weren't lost, we were being manipulated. The terrifying realization renewed our desperate urgency. We pushed on, but with a new layer of dread. Every symbol we saw, every subtle shift in the forest, felt like a deliberate signpost in a twisted game. We were moving through a living map of terror, each marker a step closer to an unknown destination. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery hues that barely penetrated the thick canopy, the forest grew even denser, the light dimmer. The air became colder, the oppressive silence heavier. We knew we couldn't go much further. Mark was nearing his breaking point, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion, his injured ankle a throbbing agony. We stumbled into a small, relatively clear area, a slight depression in the forest floor, surrounded by towering, ancient trees. It wasn't ideal, but we couldn't push on. We collapsed, Mark letting out a low moan as his leg buckled beneath him. We have to make a stand, I said, my voice grim as I helped him lie down. We can't keep running. We don't know where they want us to go. He nodded, his eyes wide with fear, but a flicker of grim determination in them. What do we do? I looked around the small clearing. The trees were massive, their trunks thick with moss, their branches reaching up to a sky that was rapidly darkening. The ground was soft, covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves and pine needles. The metallic, foul smell was potent here, a constant reminder of our predicament. My eyes fell on the book, still nestled in my pack. It felt warm, its subtle hum a persistent vibration against my back. It had repelled them, if only for a moment. It was our only hope. The book, I said, pulling it out. Its leather cover felt alive in my hands. The strange symbols on its cover seemed to pulse in the dim light. It did something to them. Maybe it's a weapon, or a way to understand what they want. Mark stared at it, his eyes fixed on the archaic script. You think you can read it? I don't know, I admitted, but the symbols are the same. The ones in the shelter, the idol, the carvings, even on those tracks on the road. It's all connected. We huddled together, the book open on my lap, my headlamp beam illuminating its yellowed pages. I ran my fingers over the strange script, the intricate symbols, a strange sense of familiarity washing over me. It wasn't a language I knew, not consciously, but something in my mind seemed to stir, a faint echo of understanding. As I concentrated, tracing the lines of the script, the low hum from the book intensified, vibrating through my fingertips, up my arms, and into my very core. The air around us grew colder, and the shadows in the clearing seemed to deepen, to coalesce and shift, taking on vague, unsettling forms. Mark shivered beside me, pulling his sleeping bag tighter. "What's happening, Alex?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I don't know," I murmured, my voice almost a trance-like drone. My eyes were fixed on a particular page, where a larger, more elaborate symbol was drawn, an intricate web of lines and curves, a more complex version of the circle and line. As I stared at it, the hum reached a crescendo, a deep, resonant vibration that made my teeth ache. Then a cascade of images, sounds, and sensations flooded my mind. It wasn't like reading, but like experiencing. I saw flashes, ancient forests older than time shrouded in eternal mist, figures tall and gaunt like the one we had seen, moving through the primordial gloom, accompanied by smaller, shambling forms. They were caretakers, protectors of something ancient, something buried deep beneath the earth. I saw the symbols being carved into trees, into stone, into bone. They weren't just markings, they were channels, conduits, warnings. They drew power, held it, communicated through it. The symbols were their language, their law, their history. Then the vision shifted. I saw others, humans, hikers, trappers, explorers drawn into the forest, lost, disoriented. I saw them stumble upon the lean-to, a crude structure built by a desperate soul seeking refuge, unknowingly infringing on a sacred space. I saw them make fires, disturb the quiet, leave their mark, and I saw the figures emerge from the shadows, enraged, protective. I saw the woman, the one from the clearing. She was an anthropologist, an academic, obsessed with forgotten lore, drawn to the whispers of ancient myths in the Olympic mountains. She had found a fragment of their language, a key to their symbols, and had come seeking more. She had found this book, or a copy of it, hidden in an old archive, and had tracked its origins back to this very forest. She sought to understand, to communicate, to unravel their secrets. She saw them as ancient spirits, guardians of the earth, not malevolent, but misunderstood. But they saw her as an intruder, a trespasser, desecrating their sacred knowledge. They had lured her, trapped her, and when she tried to use the book to communicate, to appeal to them, they had taken her, draining her life force, absorbing her knowledge, her essence, as an offering to their ancient purpose. They did not kill out of malice, but out of a desperate, ancient need to protect, to feed, to preserve. The book was not just a journal, it was a conduit, a repository of their knowledge, their lore, their power. It was a fragment of them, and it could be used for both protection and destruction. The vision faded, leaving me gasping for air, clutching the book. My head was pounding, my body trembling. The cold was unbearable, the metallic, foul smell almost choking me. "Alex, what happened?" Mark was shaking me, his face a mixture of fear and profound concern. I tried to speak, but my throat was tight, my mind reeling from the deluge of information. They're guardians, I finally managed, my voice a ragged whisper. Of this place, of something ancient. They take people who intrude, who disturb their space, who try to understand too much. They absorb them. Mark stared at me, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Absorb? What are you talking about?" "The woman," I explained, the words tumbling out, desperate to make sense of it. "She was trying to communicate with them with this book. They lured her. They killed her. They consumed her. The symbols, they're their language, their history. The book it's a part of them, a piece of their power." "So what do they want with us?" Mark asked, his voice barely audible. "We disturbed their shelter. We took the book," I said, my gaze sweeping around the darkening clearing, suddenly seeing the ancient trees as silent, watchful entities. "They're not just trying to kill us, Mark. They're trying to stop us from leaving with it. And they're trying to absorb us too, to silence us, to take our knowledge, our essence." A cold, horrifying realization dawned on me. The metallic, foul smell wasn't just decay. It was the scent of souls being consumed, of life energy being siphoned away. The slow, rhythmic thumping, the moaning, it was the sound of the devoured, of the captured, of the dying. "The book, it can protect us," I continued, my voice gaining a desperate certainty. "But it also draws them. It's a beacon to them. If we give it back, maybe they'll let us go. Or maybe they'll just take us anyway." The thought of giving up the only thing that had offered us even a momentary reprieve was terrifying, but holding on to it seemed to guarantee our capture, our absorption. Suddenly, a sound cut through the heavy silence, a single distinct thump, not from the distance, but from the edge of our clearing, and then the faint, low moan, tinged with that same agonizing despair, like the woman's voice, but more resonant, deeper. They were here. Mark let out a strangled gasp, his head snapping up. His eyes darted to the dark wall of trees surrounding us, his face a mask of utter terror. They know we have it open, he whispered, his eyes fixed on the book. The hum, they heard it. I slammed the book shut, the faint hum immediately ceasing. But it was too late. The air grew impossibly cold, and the metallic, foul smell enveloped us, so strong it made my stomach churn. The shadows deepened, shifting into menacing, indistinct forms at the very edges of our small clearing. The thumping began again, slow and deliberate, circling our position, just beyond the reach of our low headlamp beams. The moaning continued, a mournful, haunting sound that seemed to emanate from the very trees themselves. And then the dry, scraping sound of bones, accompanying the thumping, indicating the approach of the smaller, shambling figures. They're not attacking, Mark whispered, his voice trembling. They're waiting, like before. He was right. They were biding their time, observing, assessing. They knew we were vulnerable, injured, exhausted. They were playing with us, like a cat with a mouse. My mind raced. We couldn't run. Mark couldn't move. We had no weapons, no real defense, only the book. We have to try to communicate, I said, my voice tight with a desperate resolve. If they're intelligent, if they're ancient guardians, maybe there's a way. Maybe we can appeal to them. Mark stared at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. Communicate with that, he gestured vaguely at the encroaching shadows. Alex, they're monsters. They're protectors, I insisted, recalling the vision. They have their own code. The book is their language. Maybe we can tell them we mean no harm, that we just want to leave. It was a long shot, a desperate, almost suicidal gamble, but it was the only option left. Doing nothing meant waiting for them to close in to take us. Fighting was impossible. I reopened the book, my hands shaking. The faint hum returned, a low, resonant vibration that made the surrounding shadows pulse. I flipped through the pages, trying to find the symbol I had focused on during the vision, the elaborate one that seemed to act as a conduit. The thumping and moaning intensified, drawing closer. The metallic, foul smell grew stronger, a choking presence in the air. I could almost feel their unseen gaze burning into us from the gloom. I found the symbol. It was a complex glyph, intricate and unsettling. I focused on it, trying to recall the feeling of the vision, trying to project my thoughts, my intentions. We mean no harm, I whispered, my voice echoing unnaturally in the heavy silence. We are lost. We want to leave. We will return the book. My words felt foolish, pathetic, against the ancient, terrifying presence that surrounded us. But as I spoke, the hum from the book intensified further, and the symbol seemed to glow faintly, a subtle luminescence emanating from the parchment. The cold air around us seemed to swirl, a ghostly wind. The thumping and moaning stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. Then from the darkness, a voice. It wasn't a growl nor a moan. It was a low, resonant sound, like rocks grinding together or dry leaves rustling in an unfelt breeze. It was the same sound as the chanting from the road, the language of the book, but spoken, not sung. It was coming from the tall, gaunt figure, though I still couldn't see it. It spoke in the ancient, angular language, a series of guttural clicks and hisses, punctuated by long, drawn-out vowels. It was chilling, alien, yet somehow I understood, not with my ears but with my mind through the link of the book. You trespass, you take what is ours, you seek what is forbidden. The words resonated directly in my skull, an intrusive, ancient presence in my thoughts. Mark gasped beside me, his eyes wide, fixed on my face. He heard it too, or felt it, the invasive communication. We did not know, I projected back, focusing all my will, all my fear into the book. We are sorry, we will leave, we will return the knowledge. The air grew even colder, the metallic smell searing my nostrils. A long, agonizing pause. The hum from the book pulsed erratically, like a frantic heartbeat. Then the voice returned, colder, sharper. The knowledge is not to be given, it is to be protected. You carry the stain of the living, you carry the essence of the intruder. My blood ran cold, the essence of the intruder, the woman. They knew I had touched her, they knew I had taken the book from her, and they wanted to absorb me too. We will return the book, I pleaded again, desperately. We will forget what we saw, let us leave. My friend is injured, he will die if we stay. Another long, heavy silence. The thumping and moaning began again, but this time it was different. It wasn't circling us. It was moving in, slowly, deliberately, from all sides. The sounds of bones scraping were clearer, closer. The shadows deepened further, coalescing into the gaunt, skeletal forms. The injured one is weak. His essence will join the forest. You carry the book. You carry the mark. The bond is made. You will understand, you will become. The words echoed in my mind, cold and final. There would be no escape. They weren't going to let us go. They wanted me and the book. And Mark was just a weakness, a source of essence to be harvested. No, I screamed aloud, my voice cracking, tears streaming down my face. You won't take him, you won't take us. I closed the book with a desperate snap, severing the link. The hum ceased. The cold, however, intensified, and the metallic, foul smell was now so overwhelming I gagged. The creatures were upon us. The tall, gaunt figure emerged from the deepest shadow, its impossibly long limbs unfolding with an unsettling grace. It was even more terrifying up close. Its skin was like ancient, bleached leather, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. Its head was skull-like, devoid of eyes or nose, just two cavernous, empty sockets that seemed to swallow all light. Its mouth was a wide, vertical slit, filled with rows of needle-sharp, black teeth. And from its body, patches of dark, matted fur or moss clung, giving it a grotesque, ancient appearance. Behind it, the two smaller, shambling figures emerged, equally horrifying. They were hunched, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, their movements jerky and puppet-like. Their faces were less defined than the tall ones, more like decaying masks of bone and sinew. Their bodies were covered in the same patchy, decaying matter. The sickening sound of their bones scraping against each other was constant now, a terrifying accompaniment to their approach. They were less than 10 feet away. Mark let out a strangled cry, burying his face in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. I stood over him, clutching the closed book like a shield, my knife, a flimsy piece of steel in my other hand. It was useless, I knew it, but I wouldn't give up. I wouldn't let them take Mark. The tall figure stopped, its head tilting, its empty sockets fixed on me on the book. One of its impossibly long arms slowly rose, its bony, clawed hand reaching out, not towards me, but towards the book. The knowledge calls, the voice resonated in my mind, cold and emotionless. Return what is ours, join us. Never, I screamed, my voice raw with defiance. As the creature took another step, its hand still outstretched, a flicker of movement caught my eye. The carvings on the ancient trees surrounding our clearing, the symbols, they began to glow faintly, a pulsating, eerie light, mirroring the subtle glow I had seen from the book itself. And the air, already heavy with menace, seemed to thicken, to crackle with an unseen energy. Suddenly a new sound, a low, continuous thrumming, not from the book, but from the very ground, from the ancient trees themselves. It was the same resonant hum that accompanied the creature's rituals, but now it was everywhere, enveloping us. The cold intensified, burning my skin, making my muscles clench. Then from the darkest part of the clearing, from behind the creatures, other figures began to emerge, more of them. Not just the tall one and its two shambling companions, but dozens. They seemed to materialize from the shadows, gaunt, skeletal forms, their empty eye sockets fixing on us, their chattering teeth a dry, rasping symphony of terror. They moved with the same unsettling gait, their bony limbs scraping against the ground, their forms shrouded in decaying fur and moss. We were surrounded. Panic, absolute and unyielding, seized me. This wasn't a negotiation. It was a trap, a harvest. We were meant to be absorbed, to become part of their ancient, terrifying purpose. The tall creature took another step, its hand reaching. The smaller ones moved closer, their scraping sounds growing louder, a macabre rustle in the silence. The metallic, foul smell was unbearable, and I felt my knees begin to buckle. Then the ground began to shake, not a tremor, but a deep, resonant vibration that emanated from the very roots of the ancient trees, from the earth itself. It was the hum, amplified 1,000-fold, a deep, guttural thrum that vibrated through my bones, shaking the very air. The glowing symbols on the trees pulsed with an increasing intensity, casting eerie, shifting patterns of light and shadow across the clearing. The creatures paused, their empty eye sockets seeming to turn, not towards us, but towards the epicenter of the vibration, deeper in the forest. Even the tall one, which had seemed so focused on the book, paused, its long, bony head tilting, as if listening. The call, the voice resonated in my mind, filled with a new, chilling urgency. The Great One awakens, the harvest begins. My mind reeled, the Great One, the harvest. What fresh horror was this? Before I could process the new revelation, the ground beneath us heaved. A colossal tremor ripped through the forest, shaking the ancient trees, sending showers of moss and leaves raining down. A deep, resonant bellow, ancient and guttural, ripped through the air, shaking the very firmament, a sound so profound it felt like the earth itself was screaming. It came from deep within the forest, in the direction we had been trying to avoid, in the direction of the clearing with the dead woman and the skeletal cedar. The creatures around us, the tall one and its many shambling companions, seemed to vibrate with a frenetic energy. Their growls intensified, a chorus of hungry, agitated sounds. They shifted their focus, no longer just on us, but towards the source of the bellow, their forms swaying, their empty sockets seeming to widen. "What is happening?" Mark screamed, his voice lost in the thunderous bellow and the ground-shaking tremor. He was clutching his head, his face contorted in agony and terror. I didn't know, but I knew this was our only chance. While they were distracted, while this new, terrifying event unfolded, we had to move. "Mark now," I yelled, pulling him up, forcing him to hop on his good leg. "We run, any direction, just run." He groaned in pain, but his desperation matched mine. We stumbled out of the clearing, not towards the road, but deeper into the forest, away from the source of the bellow, away from the glow of the symbols on the trees. We crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the pain, the scratches, the unseen obstacles. Our headlamps, switched back on, danced wildly, illuminating a chaotic path of tangled roots and shadowy ancient trees. Behind us, the bellow intensified, a continuous rumbling roar that shook the very air. The ground continued to tremble, throwing us off balance. The creatures' chattering growls and scraping sounds were still there, but now they seemed to be receding, moving towards the epicenter of the terrifying sound, towards the source of the call. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs felt like lead, until our minds were a hazy blur of terror and exhaustion. We didn't stop, didn't look back, driven solely by the primal urge to escape this new, unimaginable horror. The metallic, foul smell, though still present, seemed less potent, as if the forest was now filled with something even more ancient, more terrible. We stumbled through the night, guided by instinct, away from the sounds, away from the tremors. The forest became a swirling vortex of shadows and phantom shapes, our exhaustion manifesting in vivid hallucinations. Mark was semi-conscious, leaning heavily on me, whimpering occasionally, his injured leg dragging. I was barely functioning, propelled by pure adrenaline, the book clutched tightly in my hand, its weight a strange, burning comfort. As the first faint streaks of pre-dawn light began to filter through the canopy, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep greens, we found ourselves at the edge of a ravine. It was a steep, jagged drop, shrouded in mist, the bottom obscured by ancient growth. A small, rushing stream could be heard far below. We collapsed at the edge, utterly spent, our bodies trembling uncontrollably. Mark let out a guttural cry of pain as he fell, his leg buckling. I felt my own strength abandon me, my muscles locking up, my mind a blank slate of exhaustion. But the silence that had settled around us was different. The bellowing had stopped, the tremors had ceased, the creatures' sounds were gone. We were alone, for the first time in what felt like an eternity. We made it, Mark whispered, his voice weak, his eyes barely open. We lost them. I nodded, unable to speak, my gaze fixed on the mist-shrouded ravine. We were far from the logging road, far from the symbolic carvings, far from the clearing of the dead woman. We had run blindly, desperately, and somehow we had found a momentary reprieve. But even as a fragile sense of relief began to wash over me, a new chilling sensation crept in. The cold. It was still there, seeping into my bones, persistent and unnatural. And the metallic, foul smell, though fainter than before, still lingered, a phantom reminder that whatever horrors lurked in this forest, they were not truly gone. They were just elsewhere. My eyes fell on the book. Clutched tightly in my hand. Its leather cover, once warm, was now cool to the touch, almost cold, as if its power had receded with the departure of the entities. But its weight was still a comfort, a strange anchor in the chaos of my mind. We had escaped, but to what? A ravine, deep and unknown, with an injured friend and no idea where we were in relation to civilization. We made it, Alex, Mark repeated, his voice barely a croak, trying to push himself up, only to collapse back with a groan of pain. His leg was a swollen, purpling mess, clearly broken. I nodded, my gaze sweeping the mist-shrouded chasm before us. It was a sheer drop, too steep and treacherous to attempt a descent, especially with Mark's injury. The bottom was a swirling canvas of gray and green, swallowed by ancient trees and the white breath of the forest. The faint sound of the rushing stream below only served to emphasize the immense depth. We can't go down there, I stated, my voice hoarse. too dangerous. We need to find a way around, follow the rim, or backtrack to find a less steep point. The thought of backtracking, even a few yards, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Backtracking meant going closer to the call, closer to the Great One, and the horrors we had just fled. Mark just groaned in response, his eyes closed, his face pale and clammy. He was losing consciousness, his body shutting down from pain and exhaustion. We were in a desperate situation. I ripped a strip of fabric from my spare shirt, trying to make a makeshift splint for Mark's ankle using two sturdy sticks I found nearby. My hands trembled, my mind racing. Every minute we spent here exposed was a minute closer to whatever horrors still lurked in this cursed forest. The cold seeped into my bones, a constant reminder of the pervasive, unnatural chill. The metallic, foul smell, though faint, still clung to the air, a phantom of the terror we had endured. "Stay with me, buddy," I whispered, tying the splint as tightly as I dared, eliciting another low moan from Mark. "We're not out of this yet. We have to keep moving." Once the splint was as secure as I could make it, I helped Mark sit up, leaning him against a gnarled fir tree. He was barely coherent, his eyes unfocused. He needed rest, warmth, proper medical attention, none of which I could provide. I pulled out the map, but the dense mist and unfamiliar terrain made it useless. We had run blindly through the night, our path dictated by pure terror, not navigation. We could be anywhere. The ravine offered a clear boundary, a distinct landmark, but it didn't tell us which way to go. Logic dictated we follow it until we found a way across or a way back to a discernible trail. "Okay, Mark," I said, trying to infuse my voice with a confidence I didn't feel. "We're going to follow the edge of this ravine. Maybe it gets shallower, or there's a path. We just have to keep moving." I helped him to his feet, slinging his arm over my shoulder, almost carrying him. His good leg dragged, his injured one swinging uselessly, each step a grunt of pain. Our progress was agonizingly slow, a torturous shuffle along the rim of the misty abyss. The dense undergrowth made it even harder, branches grabbing at our clothes, hidden roots tripping our weary feet. As we moved, the faint light of dawn strengthened, slowly burning off some of the mist, revealing more of the ravine's impressive, terrifying scale. It seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions, a chasm carved by time and water. The trees here were even older, more majestic, their moss-draped branches forming a cathedral ceiling that still filtered the sunlight into ethereal, shifting beams. It was beautiful, but terrifying, a deceptive beauty that concealed profound menace. The metallic, foul smell seemed to wax and wane with the mist, sometimes fading to an almost imperceptible ghost, other times returning with an acrid punch that made my stomach clench. It was a constant reminder that we were still within its sphere of influence, still very much in danger. Hours passed, each step was a battle. Mark was fading in and out of consciousness, his weight becoming almost unbearable. My own body screamed in protest, my muscles burning, my mind a hazy fog of exhaustion and fear. We were running on fumes, fueled by sheer, desperate will. Around midday, as the sun finally broke through the canopy in earnest, casting dappled light on our weary path, we heard it again. The distant, faint hum of machinery. It wasn't the chainsaw sound from the logging road, but something heavier, more continuous. A distant roar, like construction equipment, or maybe a large truck on a major highway. "Do you hear that, Mark?" I whispered, shaking him gently. He blinked, his eyes slowly opening. "What?" "Listen," I urged. "Machinery. It's a road. Civilization. We're close." A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, a desperate spark. Which way? I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the direction. It seemed to be coming from ahead, in the direction we were moving, following the ravine. But the sound was elusive, carried on the unpredictable forest air, seeming to shift and dance around us. Keep going, I urged, pulling him along. It's got to be ahead. We just have to find a way off this ravine edge. The hope, however, was quickly tempered by a chilling discovery. As we stumbled around a particularly thick cluster of ferns, my eyes caught something nestled in the damp earth. Tracks. The same large, irregular, boot-shaped tracks we had seen on the logging road. And in the center of one, faint but unmistakable, was the symbol. The imperfect circle with a line through it. My breath hitched. Mark saw it too, his face draining of what little color it had. "They're here," he whispered, his voice trembling again. "They're ahead of us. They were waiting." The metallic, foul smell intensified, a sickening wave washing over us. The cold air grew sharper, biting at our skin. The realization was a punch to the gut. We hadn't escaped them. We had been guided, herded. This ravine, this torturous path, was part of their design. The sound of civilization, the hope, was another lure. "They're leading us somewhere," I muttered, my mind racing back to Mark's earlier terrifying insight. Why? What do they want with us, if they didn't take us when they had the chance? The only answer I could think of was the book. It was my link to them, and perhaps the reason they were being so deliberate, so patient. They wanted something from me or from it. We pushed on, our earlier desperate hope now replaced by a chilling dread. Every step was a step into the unknown, a step closer to whatever trap they had laid for us. The forest seemed to press in, the silence heavy with unseen observers. The tracks continued, appearing periodically, a morbid breadcrumb trail guiding us deeper into their macabre game. The ravine did eventually begin to shallow out, the slope becoming less steep, more gradual. But it was also becoming denser, the undergrowth thicker, the trees more ancient and twisted. The sounds of machinery, instead of growing louder, seemed to remain stubbornly at the same distant level, an infuriatingly elusive beacon. As the afternoon wore on, the forest began to change. The trees, already immense, grew even more colossal, their trunks wider than a small car, their branches reaching up towards a sky that was rapidly being swallowed by clouds. The light grew dimmer, and the air became heavy, stagnant, as if the very atmosphere was holding its breath. The metallic, foul smell was constant now, thick and cloying. Then we saw them, not the creatures themselves, but their marks, everywhere. Carvings on tree trunks, symbols etched into exposed roots, small, crudely carved wooden idols nestled in the crooks of branches, their grotesque forms seeming to watch us with empty eye sockets. They were everywhere, densely packed, forming a labyrinth of warnings and grim markers. The forest was alive with their presence, radiating an ancient, malevolent power. Mark cried out, stumbling, almost dragging me down with him. His face was contorted in pain and fear, his eyes fixed on a cluster of glowing symbols carved into a massive cedar trunk directly in our path. The carvings, impossibly, were glowing. A faint, internal luminescence pulsed within the wood, casting an eerie green light that flickered and danced in the deepening gloom. "Alex, they're glowing," he whispered, his voice choked. My blood ran cold. The energy from the book, the hum I had felt, it was present in these carvings too. They were alive. They were active. We were truly in their territory now, their sacred ground. As we stood there, frozen in terror, the ground beneath our feet began to vibrate. It wasn't the violent tremor from the call earlier, but a low, continuous thrum, deep and resonant, emanating from the very earth itself. It was the same hum I had felt from the book, amplified by the entire forest. The glowing symbols on the trees around us pulsed in rhythm with the thrum, casting their eerie green light on our terrified faces. And then the sound, a low, mournful chant, emanating from deep within the forest, growing slowly, steadily louder. It was the same guttural, rhythmic chanting we had heard on the logging road, the language of the book, but this time it was a chorus, a multitude of voices, filling the air, vibrating through the very trees. It felt like a song of immense, ancient sorrow, laced with an unnerving, predatory hunger. "No," Mark whimpered, burying his face in my shoulder. "Not again." But it was again, and it was worse. This wasn't a patrol, this was a gathering, a ritual. I looked around frantically, my mind racing. We were in a corridor of glowing symbols, surrounded by the chanting, the thrumming earth, the overwhelming stench. There was no escape. They had led us here. This was their destination for us. And then through a gap in the ancient trees, at the very end of this symbolic corridor, I saw it. A clearing. Not the same clearing as the dead woman, but one far larger, far more imposing. And in the center, a structure. It wasn't a lean-to, it was a monolith. A colossal, jagged pillar of dark, unidentifiable stone, easily 50 feet tall, stood like a spear thrust into the heart of the forest. Its surface was not smooth, but rough, riddled with ancient, deep carvings that seemed to writhe and coil, forming intricate patterns of the same symbols we had been seeing. And just like the carvings on the trees, these symbols were glowing, pulsating with an internal, eerie green light that cast long, dancing shadows across the clearing. The metallic, foul smell was concentrated here, so potent it burned my nostrils, making my eyes water. The chanting grew to a crescendo, echoing off the monolith, vibrating through the very air. The ground thrummed violently beneath our feet, and surrounding the monolith, circling it in a slow, deliberate ritual, were the creatures. Hundreds of them. The tall, gaunt figures, their skeletal forms swaying, their empty eye sockets fixed on the glowing monolith. The smaller, shambling entities, their twisted limbs scraping, their bone-like forms moving in a grotesque, rhythmic dance. They were all there, an entire legion, their forms indistinct in the rapidly fading light, their collective presence a suffocating wave of ancient, malevolent power. And they were all chanting, their guttural voices rising and falling in a terrifying, hypnotic rhythm, weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of unimaginable age and a hunger beyond comprehension. This was the harvest. This was the call. Mark let out a choked cry, collapsing onto the ground, his body racked with tremors, his face buried in his hands. He couldn't take any more, and honestly, neither could I. My mind felt like it was fracturing, struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the horror before us. The glowing symbols on the trees around us flared, bathing the corridor in an intense green light. The chanting stopped abruptly, replaced by a profound, suffocating silence. Even the thrumming of the earth seemed to momentarily cease. Then the monolith began to glow even brighter, a pulsating beacon of eerie green energy. And from its base, from the darkest part of the clearing, a new sound emerged. A deep, resonant hum, far more profound and ancient than anything I had heard before. It wasn't a vibration in my bones. It was a vibration in my very soul, a sound that seemed to rewrite the fabric of reality. And then it began to move. Not the monolith itself, but something from it, something emerging from its base. A colossal shape, impossibly large, began to slowly, majestically rise from the ground behind the monolith. It was shrouded in mist and shadow, its true form indistinct, but its sheer scale was horrifying. It was immense, titanic, dwarfing the already towering trees, making the monolith look like a mere toy. This was the Great One. As it slowly rose, the chanting resumed, a frenzied guttural chorus from the hundreds of creatures, now bowing in unison towards the emerging entity. The ground beneath us heaved, the tremors returning with renewed, terrifying force. The air crackled with energy, and the metallic, foul smell became a choking, burning presence, making me gasp for breath. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by an absolute primordial terror. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. My eyes were fixed on the emerging horror, unable to tear away. The Great One continued its slow ascent, its form gradually becoming clearer through the swirling mist and shadows. It was impossibly tall, a towering monstrosity of bone, sinew, and something dark and glistening like obsidian. Its limbs were disproportionately long and spindly, yet massive, ending in colossal, clawed hands. Its head was almost featureless, a vast skull-like expanse with two enormous, cavernous eye sockets, even larger and deeper than those of the tall creature, that seemed to be bottomless wells of infinite darkness. And from its gargantuan, vertically slit mouth, rows of black, jagged teeth, each the size of a small tree, were slowly, deliberately revealed. It wasn't just ancient, it was primordial, a being of pure, unfathomable cosmic horror, awakened from an eon-long slumber, and its presence alone was enough to make my mind reel, to threaten the very foundations of my sanity. As it reached its full, terrifying height, it let out a low, guttural bellow, a sound so profound, so ancient, it wasn't heard with the ears, but felt in the very depths of my being. It was the sound of mountains shifting, of oceans boiling, of worlds crumbling. It vibrated through the air, through the ground, through my very bones, threatening to tear me apart. The entire clearing, the entire forest, pulsed with an unholy light and energy. The hundreds of creatures around the monolith began to move, their slow, ritualistic circling becoming a frantic, agitated dance. Their chattering growls and scraping sounds a cacophony of hungry anticipation. Then the Great One turned its colossal head. Its empty, cavernous eye sockets, which had been fixed on some unseen point in the distance, slowly, deliberately turned towards me. Towards us. A wave of pure, absolute dread washed over me, a paralyzing cold that penetrated to my very soul. It saw us. It knew we were there. Its gaze, though devoid of visible eyes, felt like an immense, crushing weight searing into my mind. And then the voice, not just in my mind, but a roaring thunder of thought, a psychic assault that threatened to shatter my consciousness. It was the voice from the book, the voice from the tall creature, but amplified a billionfold, echoing through the very cosmos. The bond is made, the knowledge is carried, the essence will feed the harvest. The words were cold, absolute, and devoid of mercy. There was no escape. This was it. The harvest was for us. Mark let out a terrified scream, trying to scramble away, but his leg buckled, sending him sprawling. His eyes, wide and unfocused, stared at the approaching horror, his body convulsing in pure, unadulterated terror. I dropped the book. It hit the damp earth with a soft thud, its faint hum immediately dying, its heat receding. It was useless. There was no appealing to this. There was no reasoning with this. There was only death. The metallic, foul smell was so overwhelming I felt lightheaded, on the verge of collapsing. My vision blurred, my ears rang with the roaring thoughts of the Great One. I could feel its immense presence, its ancient hunger, reaching for us, pulling at our very essence. The ground began to glow, not just the symbols, but the earth itself, pulsating with a faint green luminescence, radiating outwards from the monolith towards us. The forest, the trees, the very air seemed to draw in, to contract, preparing for a terrible consumption. The creatures, their forms flickering at the edge of my vision, were closing in, their chattering growls and scraping sounds a deafening crescendo. They were not attacking us physically, they were preparing us for the Great One, for the harvest. My mind flashed back to the woman, the dead woman, drained, absorbed. This was our fate, to become part of this ancient horror, our essence, our knowledge, our very souls, consumed to feed this primordial entity. I looked at Mark, his face a mask of pure, absolute terror, his body convulsing, his mouth open in a silent scream. I had failed him. I had led him here. A tear, cold and bitter, traced a path down my dirt-streaked cheek. This was the end. As the glowing ground reached our feet, as the metallic, foul stench became unbearable, as the roar of the Great One's thoughts consumed my mind, a final, horrifying realization dawned on me. The ravine we had followed, the path we had been herded down, it wasn't just a route to the harvest clearing. It was designed to keep us trapped, to funnel us towards this inevitable end. We had walked right into their maw. The glowing earth reached Mark first. His body stiffened, then began to convulse violently. His eyes, wide and staring, rolled back in his head. A faint, ethereal light, a ghostly blue, seemed to emanate from his mouth, from his eyes, from his very skin, slowly, reluctantly, rising from his body, like mist rising from a cold lake. "Mark!" I screamed, reaching for him, but my hand passed through the rising light, intangible, unreachable. His body slumped, lifeless, devoid of that ethereal glow. The light, his essence, twisted and swirled, drawn by an unseen force, slowly drifting upwards, towards the colossal, empty eye sockets of the Great One. A cold, hollow scream tore from my throat, a sound of pure despair and horror. He was gone, consumed. And then the glowing earth reached me. The cold enveloped me, a searing, absolute chill that seemed to freeze my very blood. The metallic, foul smell invaded my mouth, my lungs, burning, choking. My body stiffened, a violent tremor racking my frame. I felt it, the subtle tug, the insidious pull at the very core of my being, drawing my essence, my life force out of me. It was excruciating, a violation beyond any physical pain, a ripping of my very soul. My vision blurred, the world around me swirling into a chaotic vortex of green light, ancient shadows, and the colossal, horrifying form of the Great One. I felt my consciousness fraying, my thoughts scattering, my memories being siphoned away, absorbed by something immense and utterly alien. But then, as my essence began to rise, as the light started to leave my body, a new sensation, a faint, rhythmic hum, not from the Great One, not from the earth, but from my hand. The book. I had dropped it, but it had fallen onto my open palm. It was burning hot again, an intense, searing heat that pulsed with its faint, internal hum. As my essence was being drawn, the book pulsed in counter-rhythm, as if fighting back, struggling against the draining process. The Great One's roaring thoughts faltered, a momentary ripple in its psychic assault. The creatures surrounding the monolith paused their frenzied dance, their chattering growls dying down, their empty sockets seeming to turn towards me, towards the book. The pull on my essence wavered, lessened, then intensified again, warring with the book's counterpulse. It was a tug-of-war, a struggle between the ancient, consuming power of the Great One and the strange, reactive energy of the book. My mind, though fracturing, clung to a single thought. The book, it was a piece of them, a conduit, and it was fighting. Or perhaps it was simply changing the terms of the harvest. As my last coherent thoughts threatened to dissolve, a single clear image flashed through my mind, implanted by the book's desperate struggle, a memory or a vision of a forgotten ritual, a way not to destroy but to bind, to take the power to redirect it to become something else. The light from my body pulsed, flickering, fighting the upward draw. The book in my hand flared, its heat scorching, its hum rising to an unbearable pitch, vibrating through my entire being. And then, as my essence was about to be fully claimed, something shifted. The immense, crushing weight of the Great One's consciousness seemed to recoil, a flash of something akin to surprise or perhaps recognition. The pull on my soul snapped. The overwhelming cold vanished, replaced by a searing heat from the book. The metallic, foul smell dissipated, choked out by the burning pine and ozone. My vision cleared, though still swimming from the ordeal. I was still standing. Mark's lifeless body lay beside me, drained, absorbed. The Great One was still there, colossal and terrifying, its enormous, empty eye sockets fixed on me, but its roaring thoughts were silent. Its gaze, though still immense, seemed to hold a different quality. Not hunger, not anger, but a profound, ancient curiosity. The hundreds of creatures surrounding the monolith were motionless, their forms frozen, their empty sockets all turned to me, to the book in my hand. Their chattering growls had ceased. The chanting was gone. The entire clearing was silent, save for my own ragged, trembling breaths and the searing hum of the book in my hand, which was now radiating an intense emerald green light. It was no longer just warm. It was burning, alive, a conduit of raw, ancient power. I looked down at it, my mind reeling. The symbols on its cover were glowing, pulsing with the same eerie green light that radiated from the monolith, from the carvings on the trees. They were no longer just symbols. They were alive, flowing, shifting patterns of light and energy. The book hadn't saved me, not exactly. It had changed me, or it had used me. I felt different. My body, though still aching from exhaustion and terror, felt strangely lighter, almost ethereal. My senses were heightened. The sounds of the distant forest, the faint rustle of leaves, the subtle shift in the air pressure, everything was magnified. The cold that had permeated the forest now felt like a part of me, a chilling connection. And the metallic, foul smell, it wasn't just outside me anymore. It was inside me, a part of my very being, mingled with a strange, fresh scent of ancient earth and something vaguely mineral. My eyes, still fixed on the glowing book, suddenly saw the symbols in a new way. They were not just archaic script, they were a living language, flowing with meaning, radiating ancient knowledge. I could feel the lore, the history, the purpose of this place flooding into my mind, overwhelming my human consciousness, yet somehow I understood it. The Great One was not just a creature, it was the heart of this forest, an anchor to an ancient power, a primordial consciousness that maintained the delicate balance between the physical world and something far older, far darker. The creatures were its extensions, its guardians, its harvesters. They didn't kill out of malice, but out of necessity to feed the Great One, to maintain its slumber, to protect the ancient power it contained. And the book was a living fragment of that power, a key, a conduit, a tool. And now that power was flowing through me. I raised my head, my gaze sweeping across the hundreds of frozen, silent figures, then to the colossal form of the Great One. Its empty eye socket still fixed on me, but now there was something in that gaze, something akin to an ancient recognition. I was no longer just Alex, the lost hiker. I was something else, something connected, something transformed. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The The cold, the ancient hum, the lingering scent, they were all extensions of my new, terrifying reality. I was standing in the heart of their domain, a lone human, holding a burning book that now pulsed with their ancient power. And I understood the rituals, the symbols, the harvest. I understood the purpose of this place, the terrifying alien logic that governed it. But what I didn't understand, what was still a terrifying, gaping void in my newfound awareness, was what I was supposed to do with it. What was my purpose now? Had I truly escaped, or had I simply become a new part of their ancient, terrifying tapestry? Was I a prisoner, a guardian, or a weapon? The silence stretched, heavy and expectant. The hundreds of creatures, the Great One, the entire ancient forest waited for me, for my next move. I gripped the burning book, its light illuminating my pale, terror-stricken face. My entire body trembled, not just from exhaustion or fear, but from the immense, raw power surging through me, threatening to consume what little humanity I had left. The ordeal was far from over. It had just begun, and the real horror, the real challenge, was only now revealing itself. I was no longer just trying to survive. I was trying to understand what I had become and what it meant for me and for the world I had left behind. My old life felt infinitely distant, a fading dream. The hiking trails, the comfort of Olympia, Mark's easy laughter, all gone, replaced by this chilling, ancient reality. I was alone, forever changed, standing at the precipice of an unimaginable truth. And as I stood there, bathed in the eerie green glow of the monolith and the book, surrounded by the silent, watchful entities, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I had to get out of this forest. Not just to escape them, but to escape what I was becoming. And I had to find a way to honor Mark, to ensure his sacrifice wasn't in vain, even if I didn't yet know how. The path ahead was unknown, but it was irrevocably linked to this ancient power, this living book, and the terrifying, alien consciousness that had just consumed my friend. The silence was a weight pressing down on me, heavier than any physical burden. The emerald light from the book pulsed in my hand, a living heart of ancient power, mirroring the glow of the monolith and the symbols on the surrounding trees. The hundreds of creatures, frozen in their grotesque stances, were a silent, watchful legion. And the Great One, a towering nightmare of bone and obsidian, its colossal empty sockets still fixed on me, now held a gaze that was less predatory, more assessing. My mind, fragmented and reeling from the psychic onslaught, struggled to grasp the enormity of what had just happened. Mark was gone. His essence, a wisp of blue light, had ascended into that monstrous maw, consumed, absorbed, now part of this ancient horror. A raw, visceral grief tore through me, mingling with the primal terror and the bewildering influx of alien knowledge. I felt the power in the book, thrumming through my veins, intertwining with the very fabric of my being. It was the cold of the forest, the metallic tang, the deep resonance of the earth. My senses, once purely human, were now an open conduit, overwhelmed by the whispers of ancient roots, the distant murmur of the stream, the subtle shift of air currents far overhead. I could feel the presence of the creatures around me, not just as physical forms, but as extensions of a vast, interconnected consciousness. The Great One's silent gaze was a question. What was I now? A prisoner, a new guardian, a tool? The psychic roar that had nearly shattered my mind was absent, replaced by a profound, almost contemplative stillness. It was waiting. They were all waiting. The raw power in my hand, the burning book, was both a beacon and a shield. It had fought off the final consumption, but it hadn't saved me, not entirely. It had redefined me. The choice to leave it had been a desperate act, but its unexpected fall into my palm, the surge of its energy, had somehow altered the terms of the harvest. I took a shaky breath, the air in my lungs feeling different, colder, charged with an invisible current. My eyes swept across the silent assembly. The tall, gaunt creature that had first appeared to us was now among its brethren, indistinguishable in its frozen reverence. This was their domain, their purpose, their very existence tied to this slumbering, waking horror. My gaze returned to the Great One. Its immense, cavernous eye sockets seemed to bore into me, into the very core of my transformed being. The ancient knowledge the book had granted me whispered a terrifying truth. It was not merely an entity, but a nexus, a confluence of primordial energies. It sustained the forest, and the forest, in turn, sustained it. The harvest was a necessary process, a grim cycle of energy absorption to maintain balance, to keep a far greater, more terrifying darkness at bay. This place wasn't just ancient, it was a cosmic anchor, a fragile barrier. And now I was connected to it. The book in my hand was not merely a record, it was a fragment of the Great One's consciousness, a key to its power, a piece of its immense, living memory. A new thought, clear and chilling, resonated within my mind, not from the Great One, but from the book itself, or perhaps from the core of my transformed self. You are bound, the link is forged, the purpose is yours to choose. My purpose, the words echoed, empty and terrifying. What choice did I have? Stay here, forever consumed by this ancient horror, or try to escape, taking this volatile power, this new, alien self, back into a world that would never understand. I remembered Mark's face, his terrified, pleading eyes, his final, silent scream, his sacrifice. It had to mean something. I had to honor it. I had to get out, not just for myself, but to carry the memory of him, to carry the warning of this place. My grip tightened on the book. Its emerald light pulsed, a steady, strong beat. I slowly, deliberately turned my back on the Great One, on the monolith, on the silent, waiting legion. Every instinct, every newly heightened sense screamed at me. This was defiance. This was a challenge. The Great One remained motionless, its gaze a palpable weight on my back. The hundreds of creatures remained frozen. The silence was absolute, a held breath. I took a step, then another. My legs, though still aching from the ordeal, moved with a strange, new grace. Each movement felt deliberate, connected to the earth beneath my feet. The symbols on the trees, still glowing with an eerie green light, formed a corridor. I walked down it, away from the clearing, away from the monstrosity, towards the deeper, darker parts of the forest. The creatures did not stir. The Great One did not move. It was as if my defiance had been unexpected, or perhaps it was simply observing, curious to see what the newly bound would do. The ancient lore the book had imparted whispered that its interest was not always destructive. It was also one of profound, alien observation. As I moved deeper into the symbolic corridor, the chanting began again, but it was different. It wasn't a hungry, agitated chorus. It was a low, mournful hum, rhythmic and deep, a sound of ancient lament or perhaps a farewell. It vibrated through the trees, through the ground, through my own transformed body. It was a sound that both chilled and resonated within me, acknowledging my departure, but also the indelible mark that had been left. The cold of the forest still clung to me, but it no longer felt hostile. It felt innate. The metallic, foul smell was still present, but it was also interwoven with something new within me, a subtle mineral tang that felt like the earth itself. My eyes, though still human, saw the forest with a new clarity, a tapestry of interconnected life and ancient energies. The roots, the fungi, the insects, the very flow of sap in the trees, It was all a part of a single, vast, living system, and I was now a part of it too. I walked for what felt like hours, the chanting fading behind me, the glowing symbols on the trees gradually becoming less frequent, then disappearing altogether. The deep thrum of the earth receded, replaced by the familiar sounds of the deep forest, albeit heard with an entirely new sensitivity. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call, every subtle shift of air currents was amplified, clear, distinct. The ravine, which had been our terrifying funnel, now stretched out before me, a familiar landmark. I found a path down, not the treacherous drop we had stumbled upon earlier, but a more gradual slope, almost hidden by ancient ferns and moss. It was as if the forest or some unseen force was now guiding me, showing me a way out, no longer to trap, but to release. Descending into the ravine was an eerie experience. The mist was thick, swirling around me, clinging to the ancient trees that lined the slopes. The sound of the rushing stream grew louder, a constant, soothing roar that seemed to wash away some of the psychic residue from the Great One. The air here was damp, heavy with the scent of wet earth and pine, and for the first time in what felt like days, the metallic, foul smell was almost entirely gone. A fragile sense of peace, or perhaps simply exhaustion, settled over me. I reached the bottom of the ravine, a narrow, moss-covered valley carved by the stream. The water was clear, cold, rushing over smooth stones. I knelt at its edge, splashing the icy water on my face. It felt invigorating, cleansing. I looked at my reflection in the stream. A gaunt, dirt-streaked face, haunted eyes, but something else, too. A subtle intensity, a faint, almost imperceptible glow in the depths of my pupils, a reflection of the emerald light from the book, which was now tucked securely in my pack, its hum a steady, rhythmic pulse against my spine. My transformation was not just internal, it was becoming subtly external. My skin felt colder, my movements more fluid. I touched my face, my fingers feeling strangely delicate, almost elongated. This wasn't just fear and exhaustion, this was an evolution. I followed the stream. It was a clear path, an undeniable guide. The book's silent guidance within my pack seemed to confirm this direction. The forest here was different, less oppressive, less dense with the ancient, malevolent power. It was still wild, still untamed, but the oppressive weight of unseen eyes, of constant surveillance, had lifted. Hours passed, marked only by the shifting light through the canopy and the relentless flow of the stream. My injured leg, which I hadn't even noticed was aching until now, throbbed with a dull pain, but it was manageable. The exhaustion was bone deep, but the adrenaline and the strange, new energy coursing through me kept me moving. I needed to get out. I needed to understand. Late afternoon brought me to a junction. The stream continued, but to my left, a faint, overgrown path branched off, winding its way up a gentle slope. And from that direction, a familiar, distant sound, the hum of machinery, louder this time, clearer. A civilization. I hesitated. The path ahead, the one the stream offered, was unknown. The overgrown path, however, led to the sounds of human activity. It was a direct route, but it also felt like another test, another subtle manipulation. The book pulsed faintly against my back, a gentle nudge, a quiet reassurance that this was the way. With a deep breath, I turned onto the path, leaving the stream behind. The incline was gentle, leading me upwards, away from the depths of the ravine. The sounds of machinery grew steadily louder, a welcome, jarring intrusion into the profound silence of the forest. My heart, though still a frantic drum, now beat with a desperate hope. As I ascended, the forest began to thin. The trees were younger, less ancient, less imposing. The undergrowth became less dense, the ground less treacherous. and then through a final curtain of firs I saw it. A clear cut. The sight was jarring, a brutal slash across the face of the ancient wilderness. Tree stumps, scarred earth, and piles of discarded branches stretched as far as the eye could see. Beyond it, a wide, gravel logging road, and in the distance, the faint outlines of heavy machinery, excavators, logging trucks, their engines roaring, their metallic forms glinting in the late afternoon sun. I stumbled out of the forest, onto the raw, exposed earth of the clear-cut, blinking in the harsh, unfiltered sunlight. The air was filled with the smell of sawdust, diesel, and freshly disturbed earth, a stark contrast to the ancient, damp forest and the lingering metallic stench of the Great One's domain. It was over. I was out. The relief that washed over me was so profound it almost brought me to my knees. Tears welled in my eyes, blurring the landscape. I had made it. I had survived. Mark hadn't, but I had. I walked across the clear-cut, the ground uneven and difficult, my injured leg protesting with every step. The sounds of the machinery grew louder, more distinct. I saw men in hard hats and reflective vests moving around the huge machines. They were oblivious, utterly unaware of the ancient horrors lurking just beyond the tree line. As I neared the logging road, one of the workers, a burly man with a thick beard, spotted me. He stopped what he was doing, his mouth falling open in surprise. Other workers turned, their conversations dying down, their eyes fixed on my ragged, dirt-streaked form. I must have looked like a wild man. My clothes were torn, my face streaked with dirt and blood from scratches, my eyes wide and haunted. My skin was unnaturally pale, almost translucent in the sunlight, and the subtle glow in my pupils must have been visible. The cold still clung to me, an almost visible aura. And the book, still in my pack, hummed faintly, a secret pulse against my back. The burly man slowly walked towards me, his expression shifting from surprise to concern, then to a subtle, almost wary apprehension. He must have seen something in my eyes, something beyond the normal exhaustion of a lost hiker. "Hey, buddy, you all right?" he asked, his voice rough but kind. "You look like you've been through hell. What happened to you?" I tried to speak, but my voice was hoarse, unused for so long. "Lost," I croaked, the single word feeling inadequate, pathetic. "Friend, my friend, he's gone." The words caught in my throat, a fresh wave of grief and guilt overwhelming me. The man's eyes softened with sympathy. "Lost, huh? For how long? We haven't heard any search parties out this way. You're deep in it, son." He gestured to the vast expanse of the clear-cut, and beyond it, the seemingly endless forest. "And your leg looks bad." Another worker, younger, with a worried expression, came closer. "He needs medical attention, Frank, and water, and food." "Yeah, I see that," Frank said, his gaze lingering on my face, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He must have sensed the change in me, the subtle, unnatural aura. "Come on, we'll get you some water. We got a first aid kit in the truck." They helped me cautiously to their battered pickup truck. I gratefully accepted the water, gulping it down, feeling the cool liquid soothe my parched throat. The food they offered, a stale granola bar, tasted like manna from heaven, but I could only manage a few bites. My stomach, still reeling from the constant nausea, rebelled. As they tended to my leg, gently cleaning the scrapes and cuts, binding my swollen ankle, their eyes kept darting to my face. I could feel their unease, their subtle shift in demeanor. They saw the fear, the exhaustion, the injury, but they also saw something else, something they couldn't quite place. The cold, the faint glow in my eyes, the unnatural stillness that clung to me. "What's your name, son?" Frank asked, his voice lower now, almost a whisper. Alex, I managed, my voice still rough. Alex, he repeated, his gaze unwavering. You say your friend is gone. You mean he didn't make it? I nodded, the memory a fresh wound. The forest it took him. I almost said the great one, the harvest, but the words caught on my tongue. How could I explain? How could I articulate the horrors I had witnessed, the transformation I had undergone? They would think I was mad. Frank's gaze intensified. He seemed to search my eyes, looking for something. This forest, it's old, got some legends. Locals, sometimes they talk about strange things, things that ain't right. You see anything like that out there, Alex? My heart pounded. He knew, or at least he suspected. The locals, the old-timers, they always had stories, whispers of things that defied explanation, things hidden deep in the wilderness. I met his gaze, my eyes, I knew, still glowing with that faint, internal luminescence. Yes, I said, my voice barely audible. I saw things, things that aren't right. A long moment of silence stretched between us, punctuated only by the distant roar of machinery. Frank nodded slowly, a grim, knowing expression on his face. He didn't press, he didn't ask for details, he simply understood. All right, Alex, he said, his voice gruff. We'll get you to the nearest ranger station. They'll get you to a hospital. You're lucky to be alive, son, damn lucky. I knew it wasn't luck, it was the book, it was the great one, it was the transformation, and I knew with a chilling certainty that my survival came at a cost, a debt I didn't yet understand. They helped me into the passenger seat of the truck, a sudden relief washing over me as I sank into the worn upholstery. The engine roared to life, and we began to drive down the gravel logging road, away from the clear cut, away from the ancient forest, towards the faint promise of civilization. As we drove, the forest blurred into a wall of green. I looked back, trying to catch a last glimpse of the tree line, of the place where my old life had ended and my new one had begun. But the trees were just trees, dark and impenetrable, concealing their ancient secrets beneath a cloak of deceptive serenity. The hum from the book in my pack was a constant presence, a silent thrum against my back, a reminder of the power I now carried, the knowledge I now possessed, the connection I now had. It felt less like an object and more like an extension of myself, an anchor to the terrifying reality I had just escaped. I closed my eyes, trying to process it all. Mark's death, the great one, the creatures, my transformation, the new senses, the strange cold, the lingering smell. It was too much. My mind reeled, threatening to shut down. But amidst the chaos, a single, terrifying thought remained clear. I was out of the forest, yes, but the forest was not out of me. The ancient power, the alien consciousness, the connection, it was all still there, coursing through my veins, embedded in my very soul. The truck jolted, hitting a bump in the road. My eyes snapped open. We were still driving, the logging road stretching endlessly before us. The distant hum of civilization grew stronger, a tangible promise, but it felt like a fragile barrier, a temporary reprieve. What would I tell them at the ranger station? How would I explain my injured leg, my lost friend, my haunted eyes, and the burning book in my pack? How could I re-enter a world that would never understand what I had become, what I had witnessed? The questions swirled in my mind, a chaotic storm. I looked out the window, at the passing trees, their forms blurring into an indistinguishable mass. My new senses, my heightened awareness, strained to pierce the veil of normalcy, to detect any lingering presence, any unseen watcher. I knew this wasn't the end of my ordeal. This was just the beginning of a different kind of horror, a different kind of challenge. I had survived, but survival had come at a price. The forest had changed me irrevocably, and I had to figure out what that meant, not just for myself, but for the world. My old life was gone. The Alex who had hiked into the Olympic National Forest was no more. In his place was something new, something altered, something carrying the echoes of an ancient cosmic horror. And the true test, the real journey, was just about to begin. I had to learn to live with this, to control it, to understand what it meant to be bound to a primordial entity, to carry its knowledge, its power, its purpose within my very soul. And the first step was to face the world, to face civilization, with this terrifying, alien truth locked within me. But how? How does one tell a story that defies all known reality? How does one explain the unexplainable, especially when the evidence is not just in your memory, but in your very being? The ranger station approached, a small cluster of buildings in the distance, a beacon of human order in the vast wilderness. A part of me craved its safety, its normalcy. Another part, the newly awakened, alien part, viewed it with a strange detachment, as if observing a foreign species in its natural habitat. The contrast was stark, almost comical, between the mundane reality of the approaching station and the cosmic horror that now resided within me. Frank pulled the truck to a stop, the crunch of gravel a loud, final punctuation mark to our journey out of the deep forest. He turned off the engine, plunging us into a momentary silence before the everyday sounds of the station filled the air, the distant murmur of voices, the clang of metal, the barking of a dog. "All right, Alex," Frank said, his voice softer now, almost empathetic. He still looked at me with that unreadable, wary expression. "This is it. You'll be safe here. They'll take care of you." I just nodded, unable to articulate the profound chasm that now separated me from any concept of safe or normal. I was a stranger in a strange land, even though it was the world I had always known. The thought of speaking, of trying to reconstruct a coherent narrative from the shattered fragments of my sanity, felt impossible. He opened the truck door, and the cool, crisp air of the late afternoon hit me. I hesitated for a moment, my hand instinctively going to my pack, to the book, its low hum a faint, steady pulse against my back. Would they find it? Would they understand its significance? "Come on, son," Frank urged gently, extending a hand. "Let's get you inside." I took his hand. It was rough, calloused, reassuringly human. But as our skin touched, I felt it again. The subtle shift, the momentary recoil, as if the cold that emanated from me, the alien energy, was palpable even to him. He quickly released my hand, his eyes widening almost imperceptibly, a flicker of fear in their depths. He knew. He had felt it. I swung my legs out of the truck, the pain in my ankle a dull throb. As I stood up, leaning heavily on the door, I took a deep breath. The scent of pine and damp earth was still here, but it was cleaner, diluted by the scent of wood smoke and human activity. My senses, though still heightened, were overwhelmed by the cacophony of normal life. Two rangers, a man and a woman, were walking towards us, their faces etched with concern. They were in their official uniforms, their radio crackling faintly at the woman's hip. Their professionalism, their calm demeanor, felt utterly alien after the raw, primal terror of the past days. "Frank, what have we got here?" the male ranger asked, his voice calm and authoritative. His eyes immediately went to my torn clothes, my injured leg, my pale, drawn face. "Found him coming out of the old clear-cut mark. Looks like he's been out there a few days. Injured leg, exhausted, dehydrated. Says his friend didn't make it." Frank's voice was carefully neutral, but his eyes, when they met mine, held that profound, unnerving knowing. The female ranger, whose name I later learned was Sarah, knelt beside me, her expression kind. Can you tell us your name, honey, and where you went in?" "Alex," I croaked, my throat still raw. "Alex Carter. We went in near the Hoh River looking for an old shelter." Her brow furrowed. "The Hoh River, that's a long way from here, and there aren't any marked shelters on that side of the park, not officially." Her gaze was sympathetic but also confused. I couldn't answer. How could I explain? The ambition, the less traveled route, the whispers of an old shelter. It all seemed so innocent, so naive now. Mark, the male ranger, pulled out a notepad. "Okay, Alex, we'll get you to the clinic in Forks, get that leg looked at. We'll also need to get a search party out for your friend. Can you give us his name and any more details about where you last saw him?" My blood ran cold. A search party. For Mark, they would go into that forest, into the Great One's domain. They would find the symbols, the idol, the dead woman, the monolith, or they would become part of the harvest. The thought of them stumbling into that ancient horror, unprepared, filled me with a fresh wave of terror. "No," I blurted out, my voice louder than I intended, startling them. "No search party. Don't go in there, please." They stared at me, their expressions now a mixture of concern and outright suspicion. Sarah exchanged a glance with Mark, a silent communication passing between them. "Alex, we have to search for your friend," Mark said gently, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. "It's protocol, and it's the right thing to do. Can you tell us where you last saw him?" I shook my head frantically, my mind racing. I couldn't tell them. I couldn't lead them to their deaths, but I also couldn't just let Mark's body remain there to be consumed by that thing. He's gone," I whispered, tears welling up again. "The forest, it wouldn't let him leave. It won't let anyone leave." My words hung in the air, heavy with an unspoken, chilling truth. The Rangers exchanged another look, a deeper concern now clouding their faces. They probably thought I was traumatized, delirious from exhaustion and grief. "We understand you've been through a lot, Alex," Sarah said softly, placing a comforting hand on my arm. But even as she did so, I felt her subtle flinch, that brief, almost imperceptible recoil. She felt the cold. She felt the alien energy. "Just don't go near the monolith," I pleaded, my voice breaking. "Don't go near the symbols. Don't go to the clearing with the dead tree. They're alive." Mark, the ranger, put his hand on my shoulder, a gesture of reassurance that felt completely inadequate. "Okay, Alex, we'll get you some help, but we still need to talk about your friend. We have to try." I knew it was futile. They would go in, they would find nothing, or worse, they would find something that would shatter their reality, just as mine had been shattered. I couldn't let them, but I also couldn't stop them. I was just one man, traumatized, injured, deemed unreliable. As they began to guide me towards the ranger station office, my gaze fell on the dense tree line, where the clear cut met the ancient forest. The trees looked harmless, serene, inviting, but I knew the truth. I knew the horrors they concealed, the ancient, malevolent power that slumbered and awoke within their depths. And I knew that whatever path lay ahead for me, it was irrevocably tied to that place, to that power, to the burning book in my pack. I was out, but I was not free. I was a harbinger, a survivor, a witness to unspeakable things. And the world, the unsuspecting, oblivious world, had no idea what truly lurked in the heart of its wild places. My journey of escape was over. My journey of understanding, and perhaps of warning, had just begun. The world outside the deep forest was a cacophony of overwhelming sensations. The ranger station, which had seemed a beacon of safety, now assaulted my ears with the metallic clang of a gate, the whine of a generator, the distant chatter of human voices that felt like 100 tiny needles pricking my brain. The air, devoid of the ancient, complex perfumes of the old growth, smelled flat and artificial, tainted with exhaust fumes and cleaning products. My heightened senses, now a constant, unwelcome companion, struggled to filter the mundane from the significant. Every glance, every whisper, every shifting shadow in the periphery of my vision held a potential new layer of meaning, a potential threat I was instinctively wired to detect. They led me into a small, sterile office. The fluorescent lights buzzed, a high-pitched drone that grated on my nerves. Sarah, the female ranger, sat me down gently on a metal folding chair, her kind eyes still holding that flicker of apprehension. Mark, her colleague, began filling out forms, his pen scratching loudly across the paper. Frank the logger stood by the door, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on me with a knowing intensity that chilled me more than the ranger's polite inquiries. He hadn't dismissed what I'd said, he'd merely filed it away. "Alex, we need to get you to the clinic," Sarah began, her voice soft. "Your ankle looks pretty bad, and you're clearly suffering from exposure and trauma. We can talk more once you're stable." I just nodded, unable to form coherent words. My throat was dry, and the memory of Mark's final moments, his essence rising like mist, was a raw, gaping wound in my mind. How could I speak of that here, in this antiseptic room, to these people who lived by the simple, logical laws of their world? They would institutionalize me. They would dismiss my experience as the ravings of a broken mind. "Your friend Mark," Ranger Mark said, breaking the silence, his tone firm but sympathetic. "Can you give us his full name and describe exactly where you last saw him?" My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the book still nestled in my pack. Its hum, though faint, was a steady, unsettling pulse against my spine. I couldn't betray Mark by sending these unsuspecting people to their doom, but I couldn't let his body remain in that accursed clearing either, an eternal offering to the Great One. "Mark Henderson," I managed, my voice a painful croak. He fell. We were running. I couldn't help him." The lie tasted bitter, acrid on my tongue, but it was the only one I could offer. A simple accident, a tragic loss. It was digestible. The truth was not. "Where exactly did this happen, Alex?" Sarah pressed, her gaze unwavering. "We need specifics to launch a search and rescue operation." I shook my head, my eyes darting frantically around the room. The cold that now clung to me, an extension of my altered self, seemed to intensify, making the rangers visibly shiver, though they tried to hide it. "I don't know," I whispered, the words barely audible. We were lost, disoriented, deep in the forest. It was dark. Ranger Mark sighed, a sound of frustration. "Alex, we understand you're traumatized, but we need you to try. Any landmark, a river, a ridge, anything at all." I closed my eyes, the image of the glowing monolith, the hundreds of silent creatures, the colossal, empty sockets of the Great One burned into my mind. The symbol, the circle with the line through it, the memory of the dead woman, the fear for their safety, warring with the desperate need to protect them from the truth. "No," I said, opening my eyes, forcing a blank, exhausted expression. "It was all just trees, deep, so deep, I don't know how I got out." I let my voice trail off, making it sound as if I was on the verge of collapsing from shock and delirium. It wasn't entirely an act. Frank stepped forward, placing a hand on Ranger Mark's shoulder. "He's clearly in shock, Mark. Let's get him to the clinic first. Maybe a few hours of rest and some real food will help clear his head." His gaze met mine, a silent message passing between us. He didn't believe the simple story, but he understood the need for it. Relief, sharp and sudden, washed over me. I nodded weakly, playing the part of the broken survivor. They called an ambulance, and within 30 minutes I was being loaded onto a stretcher. The flashing lights, the blaring siren, the sudden movement, it all amplified the chaos in my already fractured mind. As they wheeled me away, I saw Frank standing by the ranger station, watching me go, his face grim, his understanding a heavy weight on my soul. The clinic in Forks was small, bustling, and thankfully, more focused on my physical state than my mental one. A kindly nurse and a tired doctor examined my ankle, confirming it was a severe sprain, not a clean break, but still very serious. They cleaned my numerous cuts and scrapes, gave me fluids for dehydration, and administered painkillers for the throbbing agony in my leg. The painkillers, however, did little to dull the psychic thrumming in my mind, the heightened senses, or the persistent, unnatural cold that seemed to radiate from my very bones. I tried to act normal, answering questions about my pain levels, my medical history, my last meal, but every interaction felt like walking a tightrope. I could feel the doctor and nurses reacting to my subtle strangeness, the coldness of my skin, the unnerving intensity in my eyes, the way I flinched at sudden sounds. They attributed it to shock, trauma, severe exposure. I let them. It was easier than trying to explain the Great One. They kept me overnight for observation. In the quiet of my hospital room, the world outside dimmed, allowing the internal chaos to take center stage. The book, still in my pack, which they had carefully placed beside my bed, pulsed with a low, steady hum. Its emerald glow, though hidden by the fabric, felt like a burning ember against my skin. The new knowledge it had imparted swirled in my mind, ancient lore, forgotten rituals, the terrifying purpose of the Great One and its harvesters. I could feel the essence of Mark, a faint echo, a lingering sorrow, woven into the vast psychic tapestry of the forest. I was connected, indelibly. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Every fiber of my being was alive, attuned. I could feel the distant shift of tectonic plates, the slow growth of the fungi beneath the earth, the subtle currents of the wind miles away. My normal human senses were now overlaid with something alien, something profound and terrifying. The metallic, foul smell was not present in the hospital, but a part of me now recognized it as a component of the Great One's energy, a signature of its ancient power. The next morning, Ranger Mark and Sarah came to visit. They had a somber air. "Alex, we launched a search and rescue operation last night and early this morning," Ranger Mark said, his voice grave. "We covered a good portion of the area you described, near the Hoh River, where the old shelter was rumored to be. We found no trace of your friend or any sign of the shelter. The terrain is incredibly rough, as you know. Dense old growth, lots of ravines. It's possible he was swept away or simply lost to the wilderness." He paused, looking at me carefully. "We'll keep searching, of course, but it's a vast area. Did you remember anything else?" My heart sank, but also a dark relief washed over me. They hadn't found anything. They hadn't found the Great One, the monolith, the symbols. Mark's body, it was gone, consumed, a part of the Great One now. The forest had swallowed him whole, leaving no trace for the world of man. "No," I whispered, keeping my voice weak, my eyes downcast. I'm sorry, I was just running. I don't remember anything specific after he fell. The lie felt like a betrayal, but it was necessary. For their safety, for the fragile illusion of sanity I needed to maintain." Sarah put a hand on my shoulder. "We're so sorry, Alex. This is a tragic outcome. We've contacted his family. They're flying in today." The news hit me hard. Mark's family. How could I face them? How could I tell them their son, their brother, had become part of an ancient, cosmic horror? The guilt was a suffocating blanket. I want to help, I said, my voice cracking. When I'm out of here, I want to join the search. It was a desperate, foolish offer, but I needed to do something. I needed to feel like I was fighting for him, even if he was beyond saving. Ranger Mark looked skeptical. You'll need weeks, if not months, to recover from that ankle. And frankly, Alex, you need time to process everything. We'll keep you updated. His gaze lingered on my face, that unspoken question still in his eyes. He still sensed something, but couldn't name it. They left soon after, leaving me with my grief, my guilt, and my terrifying new reality. A few days later, I was discharged from the clinic, my ankle heavily bandaged, a pair of crutches my new constant companion. Mark's parents had arrived, and a meeting was arranged. It was excruciating. I sat there, a pale, limping phantom of a man, offering platitudes, feigning confusion, struggling to keep my monstrous secret locked away. His mother wept, his father's eyes were hollow with grief. I mumbled apologies, feigned memory gaps, and let them believe that the wild, unforgiving forest had simply claimed their son in a tragic accident. The guilt was a crushing weight. I was a liar, a deceiver, but what else could I have done? I returned to my apartment in Olympia. It felt alien. The familiar objects, my worn couch, my books, my hiking gear, felt like relics from a past life. The silence of my small living room, once comforting, was now oppressive, filled with the echo of the Great One's roar and the silent hum of the book. My first few weeks were a blur of pain, exhaustion, and a desperate attempt to reintegrate. I couldn't work. My ankle throbbed, and the painkillers barely touched the physical pain, let alone the psychological and existential horror. I spent my days hobbling around, staring blankly at the walls or out the window at the distant tree line of the Olympic Mountains, a dark, brooding presence on the horizon. My new senses were a constant torment. The subtle vibrations of the city, the hum of electricity, the faint pulse of countless human lives, it was all too much. I could feel the life force of the plants on my windowsill, the minuscule movements of insects in the walls. The cold that radiated from me made my apartment chilly, even with the heat on. I started wearing extra layers, even indoors, trying to compensate for the constant internal chill. The metallic, foul smell, though absent in the city, was now inextricably linked to my internal landscape, a constant phantom presence in my heightened olfactory senses. Sometimes, if I concentrated, I could almost taste it, a bitter tang on my tongue. The book, it was my anchor, my tormentor, my secret. I kept it hidden in a locked chest, beneath a pile of old clothes, but its presence was always felt, a low, steady hum, a burning ember against my skin, even through layers of wood and fabric. At night, in the privacy of my apartment, I would take it out. Its emerald glow, faint but distinct, would fill my small room, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I didn't dare open it for a while. The vision of the Great One, the flood of ancient knowledge, it had nearly shattered my mind. But the knowledge was there within me, a vast, alien library I couldn't access at will, but which resonated with the book. I knew instinctively that the book was not just a record, but a living connection, a piece of the Great One's consciousness, and now a piece of mine. As weeks turned into a month, the physical pain in my ankle began to recede, but the internal transformation only deepened. I could feel the subtle energies of the earth, the flow of water deep underground, the slow creep of geological shifts. The Great One's presence, though distant, was a constant thrum in the back of my mind, a quiet, brooding awareness. It was like living with a colossal, ancient beast constantly slumbering just beyond the veil of perception. I began to experiment, carefully, tentatively. I would touch plants and feel their life force, their subtle growth. I would place my hand on the ground and feel the intricate network of roots, the slow decomposition of organic matter, the movement of microscopic life. It was overwhelming, but also fascinating, terrifyingly beautiful. The cold that radiated from me was no longer just a physical sensation, it was a conduit. I found I could subtly influence the temperature of objects, making a glass of water colder or warming my hands by simply focusing. It was rudimentary, uncontrolled, but it was there, a power, a fragment of the Great One's influence. One night, driven by an overwhelming urge to understand, to confront the source of my torment and my transformation, I opened the book. Its emerald light flared, casting intricate, shifting patterns on the walls. I focused on a page with a complex glyph, one that had resonated deeply with the Great One's communication. The bond is made, the knowledge is carried, the purpose is yours to choose. The words, which I had heard psychically, resonated again in my mind, emanating not from the Great One, but from the book from within me. I concentrated, trying to recall the feeling of the vision, the flood of alien knowledge. This time, it wasn't an overwhelming torrent, but a slow, deliberate trickle. I understood the symbols. They were not just a language, they were a form of energy manipulation, a means to control the primordial forces of the earth. The chanting, the rituals, they were all forms of attunement, ways to commune with the Great One, to offer it sustenance, to maintain the delicate balance. The creatures, the harvesters, they were not malevolent in a human sense. They were custodians, extensions of the Great One's will, fulfilling an ancient, necessary function. They harvested essence, not out of cruelty, but out of a cosmic need to feed the Great One, to keep it in its slumber, preventing its full cataclysmic awakening that would shatter the fragile boundaries between worlds. The forest was a barrier, a prison, a protector. And the Great One was its beating, ancient heart. And I was bound to it. I was a conduit, a bridge, a fragment of its power, walking in the human world. The purpose, it still haunted me. What was my purpose? To merely exist as a broken, transformed man, to hide this knowledge, this power from the unsuspecting world, or to do something more? My thoughts turned to the logging operations, the clear cut, the encroaching saws. I remembered the roar of the machinery as a beacon of hope, but now, with my new understanding, it felt like a grave desecration. They were cutting into the very body of the Great One's domain, disturbing its ancient sleep, threatening the delicate balance. The Great One's thoughts, a low, brooding presence in my mind, intensified, a vague, psychic tremor like a distant rumble of thunder. It wasn't anger, not in the human sense, but a deep, primordial agitation. The logging was awakening it, stirring it from its slumber. I realized then, with a chilling clarity, that my purpose was tied to this. I was bound. I was a guardian, whether I wanted to be or not. I had to protect it. I had to protect this ancient, terrifying balance, not just for the Great One, but for the world. If the Great One fully awoke, if the barriers shattered, I didn't want to imagine the cosmic horror that would be unleashed. But how could one man, crippled by an injured ankle, haunted by grief, and transformed by alien power, stop the relentless march of civilization? I started small. I used my new senses to detect the subtle vibrations of machinery in the distant Olympic forests. I pulled up maps, cross-referencing public logging permits, trying to pinpoint areas of active deforestation near the park's boundaries, near where I suspected the Great One's domain truly began. I noticed patterns, specific energy signatures emanating from certain areas, like faint beacons calling to my new senses. These were the hot spots, the places where the forest's ancient energy was most potent, most vulnerable. I began making anonymous calls to environmental groups, to ranger stations, to forestry services, using my knowledge of the forest, acquired both through my past hikes and my new alien senses, to report illegal logging, endangered species habitats, potential geological instability. I cloaked my information in plausible details, careful not to reveal the true source of my knowledge. My voice, now strangely resonant, calm, and oddly compelling, seemed to lend an unexpected authority to my words. People listened, at least some of them. It was a slow, frustrating process. For every action I took, for every small victory against the encroaching saws, there were a dozen more threats, 1,000 more bureaucratic hurdles. The great one's low thrum in my mind grew more agitated, more persistent, reflecting the increasing disturbance to its ancient slumber. The metallic, foul smell, though not physically present, became a constant internal sensation, a sign of its increasing wakefulness. My attempts to act normal were failing. Friends called, but I rarely picked up. My apartment became my sanctuary, my prison. The cold that radiated from me was more noticeable, turning my breath to mist even indoors on cool days. The faint glow in my eyes, something I could sometimes see in my reflection, grew more pronounced. I started wearing sunglasses constantly, even at night, trying to hide the alien light in my gaze. I felt myself changing, not just internally, but physically. My skin became paler, almost translucent. My limbs, once sturdy and muscular from hiking, grew more slender, almost gaunt. My movements, though still hampered by my ankle, became eerily fluid, silent. I was becoming more like them, the harvesters, the creatures of the Great One. A bridge between worlds, yes, but leaning dangerously towards the other side. The grief for Mark remained, a cold, empty space in my heart. Sometimes, when I opened the book, I could feel his residual essence, a faint echo of his warmth, his laughter, his fear, woven into the vast, ancient tapestry of the Great One's consciousness. It was a torment and a strange comfort, a horrifying communion. One day, 2 months after my escape, a local newspaper article caught my eye. It was a small piece, buried deep in the regional section. Ranger Mark Jenkins reports strange occurrences in Olympic National Forest. The article spoke of inexplicable compass malfunctions, electronic equipment failures, and unusual cold spots reported by survey teams in a remote section of the park. It mentioned that a recent search and rescue operation for a missing hiker, Mark Henderson, had been suspended indefinitely due to the unforeseen and challenging conditions. My heart leaped, a mixture of fear and vindication. They were feeling it, the Great One's agitation, the subtle bleed-through of its power into the mundane world. Ranger Mark and Sarah were getting closer, without even knowing what they were up against. I knew I couldn't stay hidden forever. The world was slowly, unknowingly, encroaching on something ancient and terrible, and I was the only one who truly understood the danger. The hum from the book intensified, a frantic thrum against my back. The Great One's agitated presence in my mind became more insistent, a constant, low growl that vibrated through my very being. It was waking. The logging, the intrusion, the constant disturbance, it was pushing it closer to a full, catastrophic awakening. I realized then that my mission was larger than just making anonymous calls. It was larger than just protecting this forest. It was about preventing a cosmic catastrophe. And to do that, I had to understand how to wield the power that now flowed through me, the power of the book, the power of the Great One. I began to pore over the book's pages more intensely. Its ancient script, once indecipherable, now resonated with a terrifying, primal understanding within my mind. I could see patterns, connections, the intricate flow of energy, the delicate balance of the Great One's slumber. It was a manual, a guide to a power I barely comprehended. The book spoke of the Great One as an anchor, a heart, a guardian of the veil. It spoke of the harvesters as its vessels, its extensions, its silencers. And it spoke of the bond, the mark of the conduit, given to those who touched the heart of its power, to those who were chosen or stumbled into its ancient purpose. The conduits, the book implied, were meant to maintain the balance, to guide the harvesters, to interpret the Great One's will, to protect the veil. I was a conduit, a chosen one, or perhaps simply the latest victim of an ancient cosmic horror. My reflection in the glass of my apartment window stared back at me. Gaunt, pale, eyes glowing faintly green in the dim light. My skin was almost luminous. My once dark hair was streaked with gray, as if the life had been partially drained from me, replaced by something else. I was no longer fully human. I was something more and something less. The cold that emanated from me was palpable now, a constant chill in the air around me. Objects I touched would grow cold to the touch. Sometimes, if I was agitated, condensation would form on surfaces near me. My control was minimal, but the power was growing, becoming an intrinsic part of my existence. I started having dreams, vivid, terrifying dreams, not memories but visions. I saw the Great One not as a static entity, but as a vast, swirling vortex of dark energy, its form shifting, expanding, threatening to consume all. I saw the harvesters, moving in complex geometric patterns like ancient dancers performing a terrifying ballet. I saw the veil, a shimmering, fragile membrane tearing, revealing glimpses of unimaginable horrors beyond. I also saw glimpses of Mark, not as the living Mark, but as a component within the Great One's consciousness. A faint, distant echo of his essence, his memories, his fears, his love for the wilderness, all absorbed, integrated, becoming part of the ancient entity. It was a horrifying intimacy, a communion I hadn't asked for. He was gone, but not forgotten. He was part of the Great One, and thus a part of me. My purpose became terrifyingly clear. I had to learn to control this power. I had to become the conduit I was meant to be. I had to protect the veil. I had to stop the Great One from fully awakening, and that meant returning to the forest, returning to the source of my transformation. I spent weeks preparing. I trained my body, pushing through the lingering pain in my ankle, forcing myself to walk, to run, to climb, despite the growing changes in my physical form. My movements became faster, more precise, eerily silent. My strength, though not superhuman, felt different, more efficient, almost predatory. I practiced focusing my will, trying to control the cold, the subtle energy, the heightened senses. I read the book constantly, absorbing its knowledge, allowing the ancient lore to rewrite my human understanding. The symbols, the glyphs, the rituals, they were all becoming clearer, resonating deeper within my transformed mind. I learned of the ley lines, the invisible rivers of energy that crisscrossed the earth, and how the Great One was a nexus, a powerful node in this planetary network. I learned of ancient wards, of ways to influence the harvesters, of how to temporarily suppress the Great One's agitation. The day came when I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. The Great One's hum in my mind was now a constant, urgent thrum. The distant logging operations were intensifying. The dreams were growing more vivid, more terrifying, showing the veil fraying, tearing at the edges. I packed my old hiking gear, modified for my new needs. I wore dark, inconspicuous clothing, long sleeves and gloves to hide my increasingly pale, gaunt skin, sunglasses to mask the subtle glow in my eyes. The book, now a part of me, was no longer in my pack. but strapped securely against my chest, its emerald light a living pulse beneath my shirt. I called a cab, ignoring the driver's wary glances at my appearance, and headed to the trailhead. Not the one where my Subaru still sat, slowly being reclaimed by moss and ferns, but a different one further north, closer to where the Great One's domain truly began, closer to the heart of the logging operations. As the cab pulled away and I stepped onto the familiar earth of the forest, a profound sense of homecoming, grim and terrifying, washed over me. The air, though still far from the ancient depths, already felt more real, more vibrant. My senses flared, overwhelmed by the symphony of forest life, the subtle energies of the ley lines, the distant hum of the Great One. The cold that emanated from me intensified, chilling the air around me. The metallic, foul smell, now a part of my internal landscape, also manifested faintly in the actual air, a signature of my presence. I was home, and I was terrified. The path ahead was overgrown, rarely used, but I navigated it with an uncanny ease. My transformed body moved with a fluid grace, almost silently, my footsteps leaving barely a trace on the damp earth. My heightened night vision cut through the deepening twilight, revealing every root, every branch, every hidden crevice. I walked for hours, pushing deeper into the forest, following the strongest ley line, guided by the insistent hum of the book and the growing presence of the Great One in my mind. The trees grew older, more massive, draped in thicker moss. The silence deepened, becoming heavy, expectant. As darkness fell completely, plunging the forest into a velvety blackness, I saw them. The symbols, carved into ancient trees, etched into exposed boulders, glowing with that faint, internal emerald light. They were more frequent now, denser, forming a luminous path deeper into the heart of the wilderness. They were wards, markers, and now they were beacons, guiding me. The hum of the Great One, a constant thrumming in my mind, intensified, becoming an almost unbearable pressure. Its agitation was profound. I could feel its slumber growing shallower, its ancient consciousness stirring with a primordial restlessness. The metallic, foul smell was strong here, a choking presence. And then I heard them, the sounds of the harvesters. Not the thumping, not the growling, but a low, guttural chanting echoing through the trees. The ritual, the harvest, it was happening somewhere close. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against the book on my chest. I knew what I had to do. I had to intervene. I had to learn to control this power, to become the conduit, to protect the veil. I followed the chanting, moving with a desperate urgency, my transformed body propelling me through the dense undergrowth. The glowing symbols grew brighter, the chanting louder, more frenzied. The forest was alive, pulsing with ancient, terrifying energy. I burst into a clearing. It was smaller than the Great One's grand clearing, but equally unsettling. In the center, a crude, ritualistic fire burned, casting dancing shadows on the gaunt, skeletal forms of the harvesters. There were dozens of them circling the fire, swaying, chanting in their guttural, ancient tongue. And at the edge of the firelight, huddled and terrified, were three human figures, hikers, lost, disoriented, lured. They were the new harvest. My blood ran cold. They were about to be consumed. The tall, gaunt figure, the one from my first terrifying encounter, stood apart from the others, its empty eye sockets fixed on the terrified humans. Its bony hand was raised, ready to signal the final, horrifying act. I stepped out of the shadows, into the firelight, the book on my chest flaring with an intense emerald glow that momentarily eclipsed the ritual fire. The chanting stopped. The harvesters froze, their empty sockets, their skull-like faces, all turning towards me. The The tall one slowly lowered its hand, its gaze fixed on the glowing book, then on my face, a flicker of something akin to recognition or perhaps surprise in its ancient, vacant stare. The air grew impossibly cold, and the metallic, foul smell became a choking presence. The three terrified hikers, seeing me, let out muffled gasps, their eyes wide with confusion and terror. They probably saw me as another monster. "Stop," I said, my voice echoing unnaturally in the sudden, profound silence, imbued with a resonance that wasn't entirely my own. My voice, now a strange blend of human and something ancient, was calm, authoritative. "The harvest will not proceed, not yet." The tall harvester tilted its head, its gaze probing, assessing. The words, the language of the book, resonated in my mind, not from the creature, but from my own understanding, from the conduit now awakened within me. "You interfere, you are bound, yes, but you are also of the living. You disrupt the ancient purpose." "I am the conduit," I projected back, focusing all my will, all the knowledge from the book, into my mental response. The emerald light from the book pulsed violently, in rhythm with my determination. "I understand the purpose, but the Great One stirs. It is not ready. You risk the veil." A profound, ancient silence stretched between us, heavy with unspoken power. The hundreds of harvesters were motionless, their forms flickering at the edge of my vision. The three humans huddled, terrified, unsure of what was happening. The tall harvester took a slow, deliberate step towards me, its long, bony finger pointing at the glowing book on my chest. "You carry its fragment, you carry its purpose, but you are weak, you are flawed, you are human, you cannot command the harvest." My blood ran cold. It was right. I was still human, flawed, scared, but I was also something more. "I may be human," I projected back, my voice both internal and external, gaining strength, resonating with a new, terrifying authority, "but I am also bound. The Great One chose me. I am its voice, its will. I will guide the harvest. I will protect the veil." The emerald light from the book flared, encompassing me, casting my gaunt, transformed figure in an otherworldly glow. The cold intensified, radiating from me, causing the ritual fire to crackle and dim. The ground beneath us thrummed, a low, resonant vibration that I now understood to be an extension of the Great One's awareness, its vast, slumbering consciousness listening, watching. The tall harvester paused, its head tilting even further. Its empty eye sockets seemed to bore into my very soul, searching, assessing the truth of my claim. The other harvesters remained motionless, their collective gaze fixed on me, on the glowing book. The silence was deafening, pregnant with an ancient tension. The fate of the three humans, the fate of the Great One, the fate of the veil itself, seemed to hang in the balance. Then the tall harvester slowly, deliberately lowered its hand. Its gaunt, skull-like head nodded, a gesture of ancient, alien acceptance. "As the conduit commands," the voice resonated in my mind, its tone still cold, but now tinged with a grudging, ancient respect. "The harvest is paused, the veil is protected, for now." The harvesters, in unison, turned away from the fire, from the terrified humans, and began to melt back into the shadows of the ancient forest, their forms flickering, their scraping sounds fading into the profound quiet. The tall harvester was the last to go, its empty gaze lingering on me for a long moment before it, too, vanished into the impenetrable darkness. The ritual fire, no longer fed by their chanting, began to die down, its flames sputtering, leaving the clearing in an eerie, dim light. The metallic, foul smell slowly dissipated, replaced by the damp scent of earth and pine. The hum from the book on my chest, though still present, receded to a low, steady pulse. I was left alone in the clearing, standing over the embers of a dying ritual fire, the glowing book on my chest, facing the three terrified hikers. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with shock and confusion, fixed on me with a mixture of fear and dawning, incomprehensible relief. They didn't know what had just saved them or what I had become. I looked at them, three fragile, lost humans, caught in a world they couldn't possibly fathom. My old self would have rushed to comfort them, to explain, to reassure. But the conduit, the new me, felt a strange detachment, a profound distance. They were not my concern, not in the same way. My purpose was tied to the Great One, to the veil, to the ancient balance. But Mark was human, and he had been my friend, and he had suffered because of this place. I walked towards them, my transformed body moving silently, the dying embers casting eerie. Embers, my form casting long, eerie shadows that flickered on the terrified faces of the three hikers. Their eyes, wide with shock, darted between me and the retreating darkness where the creatures had vanished. They were too stunned to speak, their mouths slightly agape. I could feel their raw terror, their confusion, their profound relief that the immediate threat was gone, even if they couldn't comprehend what had truly happened. My human instinct was to offer comfort, to explain, to lead them to safety. But the conduit within me, the cold, detached part now intrinsically linked to the Great One, perceived them differently. They were fragile, ignorant, insignificant in the grand cosmic scheme. My purpose was now higher, focused on the veil, on the ancient balance. Yet Mark's memory, a faint echo within the Great One's vast consciousness, stirred a pang of very human empathy. He had been like them, lost, scared, vulnerable. I walked towards them, my steps eerily silent on the damp earth. The glowing book, still radiating emerald light from my chest, pulsed with a steady rhythm. The two men and one woman huddled closer together, visibly tensing as I approached. Are you all right?" the woman stammered, her voice trembling. She was young, probably in her early 20s, her clothes torn and dirty. I stopped a few feet away, the dying firelight flickering across my pale, gaunt face. My eyes, I knew, still held that subtle, unnatural glow. "You are safe," I said, my voice a low, resonant sound, calm and authoritative, yet alien. "For now." They exchanged terrified glances. They didn't understand. How could they? What were those things?" one of the men whispered, his voice barely audible. "And you saved us, but what are you?" The questions hung in the air. I could lie, concoct a story of a rescue, of a brave hunter. But the conduit, with its new knowledge, found falsehood distasteful, inefficient. And the truth would shatter them. "You have trespassed," I stated, my gaze sweeping over their fearful faces. "Disturbed an ancient slumber. This place is not for you. It is forbidden." Their eyes widened. The air around me grew colder, and they shivered, pulling their tattered clothes tighter. The faint metallic tang returned, a subtle signature of my power, an unsettling presence in the air. We didn't know," the second man stammered. "We were just hiking. We got lost." "Many do," I replied, my voice devoid of judgment, merely stating a fact I now understood. The forest often lured the lost, the curious, those who dared to seek its hidden truths. I pointed towards the north, a direction I now knew instinctively led out of the immediate danger zone, away from the Great One's primary influence. "Go, follow this path. It will lead you to a logging road. Follow the road west. Do not stray. Do not look back. Tell no one of what you saw here." The woman hesitated. "But who are you? And what about our supplies, our gear?" Your supplies are irrelevant, I said, the words echoing with the Great One's ancient logic. Your lives are not. Go, now. My voice held an undeniable command, a subtle psychic pressure that brooked no argument. They looked at me one last time, a mixture of fear, bewilderment, and a reluctant, desperate obedience in their eyes. Then, with sudden, frantic movements, they turned and stumbled into the darkness, not daring to look back, disappearing into the dense trees. I heard their terrified, muffled footsteps receding into the night. I watched them go, a flicker of something akin to satisfaction, or perhaps simply compliance within me. I had fulfilled my human responsibility while also upholding my new purpose. The veil was undisturbed, their essence unharvested, for now. The ritual fire, reduced to glowing embers, cast a dim, red light on the clearing. The pervasive cold remained, clinging to the ancient trees to the very earth. The metallic, foul smell, though faint, still lingered, a constant reminder. My gaze drifted to where Mark's essence had been taken, towards the distant clearing of the Great One. A profound sorrow washed over me, a very human ache. He was gone, absorbed, but his memory, his sacrifice, was now deeply interwoven with my purpose. To protect this place, to maintain the balance, was to honor him, to ensure no one else suffered his fate, or worse, brought about the shattering of the veil. I reached for the book on my chest. Its emerald light pulsed, warm and alive beneath my fingers. It was no longer a terror, but a tool, a responsibility. I opened it, and the ancient symbols flared, pouring knowledge and power into my mind. The Great One's hum, a distant, brooding presence, intensified in my mind. The logging operations, far to the west, continued their relentless march, a slow, insidious gnawing at the edges of the Great One's domain. It was agitated. Its slumber was shallow. I knew then what I had to do. My purpose was not merely to observe or to make anonymous calls. It was to actively protect, to maintain the balance, and to do that I had to be here, in the forest. My human life, my apartment in Olympia, my friends, the comfort of civilization, all of it was a fading dream. I was a conduit, a guardian. My place was with the Great One with the veil. I had to learn to command the harvesters, to interpret the Great One's will, to walk the thin line between my humanity and my alien transformation. The book in my hands was not just knowledge, it was power. It was the key to manipulating the ley lines, to drawing on the Earth's ancient energies, to influencing the very fabric of this primordial wilderness. I could not destroy the logging, not directly, but I could make it impossible. I could weave illusions, create impassable natural barriers, subtly manipulate the weather, induce localized cold spots and equipment failures so severe that the logging companies would simply abandon their efforts. I could push the human world back, not with violence, but with the subtle, inexorable power of the forest itself. I spent the next weeks and months deep within the Olympic National Forest, pushing my transformed body, training my new senses, delving deeper into the lore of the book. My ankle healed, but not in a human way. The bones knitted together with strange, cold energy, leaving my movements fluid, silent, almost unearthly. My skin grew paler, almost luminous in the dim light of the ancient canopy. The faint glow in my eyes became a constant, emerald light. I learned to control the cold that emanated from me, to use it, to project it. I was no longer Alex Carter, the hiker. I was something else, a new guardian, a silent, terrifying protector. I moved like a phantom through the ancient trees, unseen, unheard. I learned to commune with the harvesters, not through fear, but through the shared bond to the Great One. They saw me as the conduit, the voice, the one who understood the ancient purpose. They did not question my commands. The clear cuts eventually stopped. Logging equipment malfunctioned with such frequency, such inexplicable consistency, that companies pulled out, citing unforeseen and supernatural difficulties. Survey teams reported compasses spinning wildly, GPS devices failing, extreme cold spots appearing out of nowhere, and an overwhelming, primal sense of unease that drove them from the forest. Environmental groups, once dismissive of my anonymous calls, now celebrated inexplicable victories, the ancient forest seemingly fighting back against its desecrators. Ranger Mark and Sarah, though continuing their search for Mark Henderson's remains, found nothing. The forest had completely absorbed him, erasing all traces. Sometimes I would leave subtle markers for them, a freshly blooming, impossible flower in a barren patch, a stream flowing with an unusual clarity, small comforts to ease their burden, a silent message that the forest, though powerful, was not entirely without grace. But my transformation was complete. I was no longer part of the human world. I still felt the echo of humanity within me, the sorrow for Mark, the desire to protect. But my physical form, my senses, my very essence were bound to the Great One, to the ancient cycles of this primordial place. My purpose was clear: to maintain the veil, to ensure the Great One's slumber, to protect the delicate balance between worlds. I became the silent guardian of the Olympic National Forest. Sometimes, lost hikers would stumble upon me, a pale, gaunt figure with glowing emerald eyes, and I would guide them silently, with a cold, ethereal presence, back towards the edges of the wild, leaving them with an inexplicable sense of awe and profound unease. They would tell stories of a forest spirit, a guardian of the deep woods, and those stories would spread, adding to the growing legends of the Olympic wilderness, keeping others away from its most sacred, most dangerous heart. My last connection to the human world was the periodic return to the clear cut, the ravaged land where I had found my escape. I would stand at its edge, the smell of diesel and sawdust a fading memory, watching the slow, inexorable return of the wilderness. New trees, young and resilient, were already beginning to sprout, their roots reaching deep into the disturbed earth, slowly reclaiming what had been lost. And sometimes, when the moon was full, I would stand there, feeling the hum of the Great One, the pulse of the ancient earth, the faint echo of Mark within its vast consciousness. I would remember his laughter, his courage, his final, terrified plea, and I would silently promise him and myself that his sacrifice would not be in vain. The final terror was not the Great One, nor the harvesters. It was the realization that I had found my place, my purpose, in a world far removed from my own. I was the conduit, forever bound, forever changed. The forest had claimed me not as a victim, but as its protector. And as the mist swirled around me, obscuring the distant lights of civilization, I knew with a chilling certainty that this was where I belonged. This was my home, my prison, my destiny. And the true horror was not what I had seen, but what I had become. The story of Alex Carter was over. The legend of the conduit had begun.